Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Today, 2 more squads will claim a spot on the main stage. But for 2 others, the road ends here. MIBR play 2025 EWC winners Team Heretics to top Group D. All gamers take on Global Esports with the loser heading home. And after that, G2 will face off against XLG to avoid an early exit. While Gentlemen take on Nongshim Red Force for a chance to play in front of their home fans. It's the end of the road for 2 squads, but the main stage glory for others. The stakes have been raised. Welcome to Day 4.
That's right, everyone. Welcome back to EWC 2026 Valorant. It is day number 4, where we will qualify 2 teams into the playoff stage and say goodbye to 2 more. I'm your host, Daniel Digon Gonzalez. Joining me is my fantastic Des of Big Time and Kakuka. Welcome back, y'all. It is finally time to go ahead and get 2 more teams into that playoff position.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that we have had a very good day so far of action. We've already had some surprises. For example, sending PaperX back home yesterday. That was not intentional. Sorry, Morgan. And
it's already started.
Today is only going to get better because we have absolute bangers on this stream.
Very true. Sentence 1, we're dunking on Pacific, but we're still alive. It's not over yet. We will see 2 more Pacific teams play today. But, we get to start off with high-powered action. mibr, Heretics. We have massive, massive names to look out for today. 2 teams going home, 2 teams progressing, the ultimate stakes.
Yeah, let's start off with the format here. If this is your first time taking a look at the tournament, 16 teams from around the world qualified in, earning their spot either through their status during Split 1 or during the EWC qualifiers. They've then been put into 4 GSL groups where 2 teams will move on and 2 teams will go home. And we've already seen 2 teams been eliminated so far from this tournament. It has been 2 Pacific teams putting the Pacific standings in quite the catawampus.
Yeah, it's not been a fantastic tournament so far for the region that I'm so proud to represent. Paper Rex, arguably one of the favorites coming into this. They're such massive names. They're normally so consistent, and it's them going home. And then on the other side, RRQ just couldn't get the ball rolling at all. Didn't win a map here at EWC, which is a pretty horrendous way to go out, truth be told.
Well, Global Esports is playing today, so you can support them. Do you think they're going to do good? Do you think they get more than 5 this time around?
It's a 2-0 clean win.
I like that.
For Global Esports.
I think that also the most interesting part for me is that, and that I like the most, is that when we move on to playoffs, no loser bracket. Loser bracket. There are no second chances. It will be direct elimination if you are to lose. You have to have a clean run to win EWC.
That's right. There's the prize pool there. A $2 million prize pool up from last year's prize pool for the squads to go ahead and play for. And again, for those teams that already have went home, it's still a nice chunk of change, but definitely not what Paper Rex and what RRQ were thinking about. And again, 5 total rounds for Global Esports are going to have the opportunity to turn around their fate today.
Yeah, 3 times more if you make it out of the groups, right? From 5th to 8, 90,000, that is definitely a cut that the teams will want.
That's a big jump. And then not to mention, some of these teams as whole organizations, whole clubs, will be representing in that club championship. Team Vitality finished 3rd last time. We've seen them progress on to the playoffs. So all of those points that they're able to rack up will be massive as we move through the rest of EWC.
Let's take a look at how the action all shook up yesterday in day number 3, which was the first time that we were promoting teams up to those playoffs and saying goodbye to a couple of them. And it started off with our promotion match. 100 Thieves claiming the spot earlier in that first match against BBL. It was a fantastic series and continued the trend of teams losing their map pick and then winning the counter pick. And then who knows what happens after that in map 3.
Yeah, we all but countered BBL out after that first map. Then they have that dominant performance on Split. LaRock goes absolutely nuclear, but it's not enough for them to get the job done. They fall in map 3. It is 100 Thieves who did manage to advance, and I gotta say, I was so impressed by this squad through and through. And, the more I hear him talk, the more I'm loving Timatino. His energy in that post-game interview was infectious.
I also like the fact that we came out of this match thinking that any of the 2 teams could have made it. And that is a very good prospect when you're thinking about the EMEA fans supporting BBL and this Turkish squad that has been so good this year. They, managed to, missed on the last event, but we're the ultimate winners of kickoff of the beginning of the year. As you're saying, for 100 Thieves, it looks so promising, the shape that they are forming, how they were able to put up with all the aggression coming in for BBL. To me, Bora is still one of the highlights. Doesn't have a lot of experiences in IGL. I believe it's in the middle of his 2nd-ish year. And he's being able to drive this ship onto a good port.
Yeah, for sure. I do think he's incredibly impressive. And I think you can kind of count out this split if you are a 100 Thieves fan. Realistically, it was one bad half of Valorant. The lead just kind of got away from them, and they couldn't recover. But they showed excellent Valorant across the other 2 maps. I think macro was incredibly solid. Fundamentals were incredibly solid. And with a little bit more work to shore up that bottom end of the map pool, these guys have a real shot at title contenders.
LaRock, just keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
He's trying his best. Everybody else, here's the to-do list. LaRock, just continue.
Yeah, again, it was such a great coming out party there for LaRock, having himself a fantastic series and leaving space for growth for Lovers Rock and the rest of the squad. And then this turns us to our second match. It was our first elimination match here at EWC, and it was Carmine Corp, the big underdogs against Paper Rex, given their recent track history, given the fact that things haven't gone well here for KC, except for the EWC qualifiers, and we get our big upset.
absolutely crazy because one of the first matches that we had here in EWC was NRG versus PaperX, and people were like, oh my god, NRG ended up winning. What a sick match. And coming into this one, they were the clear favorites. Yes, the year is incredibly tiring if you are PaperX. There's honestly so much to do. But on the other side, you have a team that has been fighting so long to finally get a chance at another global event.
Yeah.
And going into that map 3, every single time that the rounds were piling up for KC, you could see how each and one of those players was incredibly happy that all the hard work was paying off. To me, incredible highlights. Narrate, of course.
Yeah.
America's your loss. Your loss, your loss. Again, second time that this happens. Please do not steal him again. And also Levin as well. I think that he had good resurgences. He managed to bounce back in a couple maps.
I mean, I think for me, the most interesting thing is they pick Sunset into this series as a gotcha moment for PaperX, and they don't win. That's the map they don't win. And then after that, to be honest, I had all but ridden them off. They had to go to Fracture, PaperX's best map. They find that upset. Then they go into Lotus, another historically fantastic map for PaperX, and DOS9 just absolutely dominated that server. He stepped up after having a pretty poor performance from him in the first 2 maps. He becomes the hero that this Blue Wall squad needed, and he keeps them alive in their hope to play in front of the home crowd.
Yeah, 300 plus ADR there for DOS9. A good coming out party for him, and it was just so fantastic to see how much it meant to the French squad here in KC to try and get themselves to the big stage later on in knockouts, where it's going to be absolutely filled if they're able to qualify on in. They will have one more match tomorrow in that qualification process for Group B. Man, what a way to kick things off here with our elimination matches, just because we were hoping for an upset. We were hoping for something to happen. They were able to do so, which sets us up for today's matches as we take a look at today's schedule here. It is time for Group C and Group D to qualify on in or say goodbye, as it is that tough time here when you drop that game. All of a sudden, your backs are against the wall. As we take a look at the Group C bracket, it'll be Nongshim and Gentlemates, the Pacific and the EMEA representatives here in the winners match over in Group B. And then G2 Esports and XLG. That will be our match here on the A stream in our second series, because we will be doing Group D first. Which you see right here. It is Team Heretics, the reigning title defenders of EWC 2025, the only organization to have won here in Valorant, up against the Pride of Brazil in mibr.los. They are playing for a spot in the playoffs. On the opposite side, on the B string happening right now, it is ag.al, who barely lost out against Team Heretics, up against Global Esports of Pacific, who are trying to find anything to work.
Yeah, I mean, I think Global need a pretty big recovery, to be honest, if they're going to be able to beat AG. I was so impressed by them in that Heritage game.
It was the best match. It was the most entertaining one.
I got to be honest, I was rooting for them hard, and I was seeing what GRQ was putting up on that Phoenix. I was like, oh yeah, I'm feeling China this event. I'm feeling good for them. But they couldn't get it across the line. Their back is now against the wall. And, you know, if you're a Global fan, you got to hope they find some form here. That first game was rough. You know, I think rough is kind, even, from what we saw.
But Big Time, that's so evil. Like, I thought that I was going to be the bad guy, being like, oh, I'm against your region today, you know, because it's Gentlemates playing against Nongshim, who's probably your better chance of even making it out of groups.
Yeah, I think
but the only thing crazier than KC, and Vitality also made it yesterday, they did qualify. It would be great to have KC, but imagine if we could have all the 3 French orgs here in Paris, especially with the fan base that Gentlemates have, all the events that I ever see in Paris. I get such FOMO. I'm like, yo, that's the place to be. Absolutely. But yeah, time to look at what you were saying, Digon, and time to speak. Time to start to speak about the teams that we're going to be seeing in this first encounter. Team Heretics, as we were saying, struggled a little bit to close. That is BBL. Boo does not look like that. And Benjamin has, as far as I remember, his hair is dyed blonde.
You know, it's dyed, but also maybe not blue. We'll get that one
You know
fixed
about
there.
hair dye, so
yeah, I know a thing or two about both those colors there that Lovers Rock has. But either way,
blue too.
Team Heretics, they are the reigning title defenders. They will have themselves a great path here by winning now. Don't have to worry about elimination match, and it requires a lot of great synergy, which we have a little video of that on display for you right now.
I everyone, Ginny here, and I'm joined with Team Heretics. And today we're going to be testing their voice line knowledge. How comfortable are you with the Valorant voice lines?
I play Turkish in-game.
I just repeat the voice line when I hear them. I don't actually remember them.
Okay, I'm going to start with the first one. Remember, blank, super high-level tactic. Remember that, yeah?
But it felt like there is no blank. It's correct.
Remember that.
You read this one.
Okay,
In your accent.
remember, super high level tactic. Remember that, yeah?
Don't forget to hydrate.
Yeah?
Shooting the head is high-level technique, remember, yeah?
Pretty accurate.
I just put in it. I just put cheers.
Remember, cheers.
I
Put that night.
So the voice line is, remember, stay out of the fire.
Stay
Super
out of the
high-level
Yes,
tactic.
remember.
Your mind is just as dangerous as your...
When I remembered it.
I don't know if I'm gaslighting myself into believing that this is the correct one or not. I say,
Kaboom! Kablam!
what the?
I put guns.
Pretty close. Pretty
Yeah,
close.
because I remember a bit, but
But it's not the right word, but it's pretty close.
I know.
I just put fish fingers. Firepower.
I put
No?
weapons.
Yeah, weapons. I knew it. It's something like guns or weapons.
I got an idea. What if we, I don't know, blank.
Just write something.
It's a good setup.
I
You
can't
don't play
even find
Gecko.
something funny, bro.
What if we spin on our heads?
Valid.
What if we kiss?
Okay.
What if we?
The eye contact though.
Yeah. Don't look at me. Wait, you know what I mean, bro? What if we go gnu together?
Okay, I just said dye our hair to purple.
I got an idea. What if we, I don't know, grab the spike?
Oh!
Well, thank you guys so much for joining and thank you guys for watching as well. That's it from us over here. Back to the studio.
All right, so two things jump out at me there. One was fish fingers as an answer. I don't know if that would be on there. And two, Benji just saying, I say the lines and then I just don't remember them. You know, short-term memory.
I mean, it's very usual, right? Because you play like what, 2-3 agents, and then you would hear somebody say it, and then in game, just because they're very well done, you will repeat them. But I feel for him. I agree with him actually.
Yeah, I'm surprised they don't know it more. Like the amount of scrims and then rank they have to play, especially the lines that like at the very start of each round. I remember when it was the Astra meta, the Astra
They
humming.
don't play the game in English.
Yeah.
Why would you play the game in English? There's so many other cooler languages.
I mean, that is true.
Have you tried it in French? Partie trouvée is very nice. It sounds very melodic.
But I don't know what it means, but it sounds good.
Like match found.
Oh.
So when it's literally the first thing that you.
We do get to do the different languages, you know? Someone buys for me, I go, Tashikular, thanks.
Teşekkürler.
Salamat, thanks. Right? You get the thank you in all the different languages from the English voice lines. Just throwing that one out there. As we set ourselves up here, again, Team Heretics up against mibr.los. This is the combination of Made in Brazil and Los for the EWC Club Championship. But whatever their name is, mibr came out firing and took Global all the way out to somewhere they wouldn't see them, and then left them there and then came back.
Yeah, I mean, look, that opening game was pure domination here. Global Esports managed 5 rounds against this squad. This was a team that a lot of people were excited for at the start of the year, and so far in their EWC campaign, all the way through qualifiers, and then that opening match, they are yet to drop a map. They're looking incredibly smooth so far. Heavy hitters, big names on this squad, and it looks like they might be finally living up to that namesake potential.
And you must be wondering, how is it possible that this roster is out there and we do not have it in the global events, and this is the first one that they're going to be attending this year? Well, at the beginning of the year, even with the new incorporations with Zekken, with Tex, with Mazzino, amazing, players especially that have played in the past together, that have history, and the names, the firepower in this team, they went through the worst fate that you can have in kickoff. You win your first 2 matches. Do you remember how there were 3 teams qualifying, and there was like final, and then the day after there was another final, and then the day after there was another final? They were the team that was in the first final, lost, went into the second final, and lost, went into the third final, and lost. Absolutely devastating. Also, here at the end of stage 1, they just bomb out of players. But as you're saying, EWC seems like it's shedding a different light on it. We did have the showing against Global Esports, and any team should be scared of this team. The hardest part, apparently, for them was qualifying, and they already did that. So getting out of the groups should not be very complicated.
Now that they're in the dance, it's definitely going to be good for them. The team that prevented them from getting into Masters London were the eventual champions in Leviathan in the lower bracket run. As we now have the map vetoes ready to go. Team Heretics taking out Split. Let's see what else is in store for these squads. We have
the Sunset today.
Yeah, that's the question. We always love seeing Sunset because it hasn't been played a lot, just gets put right back into the competitive pool. Nope.
That's great.
Yeah, at this point,
Production.
is this event.
I applaud. That was fantastic.
Lotus, what's next? Haven?
Look, I mean, you see Heretics here picking Lotus. This was the
Oh,
map.
it's Ascent.
This was the map where MIBR
Wait.
won 13-2. So
Haven's coming?
Haven's coming.
Haven's coming.
Please no.
Okay.
Okay.
Slightly
Las que
different.
entran por las que salen, as we say in Spain. The one that
Yes.
goes from the one that come back.
Yes.
Very good, very good, very good. Okay, Breeze as the decider. Oh, I really hope that we get to see that Breeze. Lotus was one of the maps where MIBR completely obliterated global esports. So, no surprises there.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Heretics pick that, but there's probably not much to learn from that game. Everything just looked untouchable. And then, of course, MIBR picking Ascent, which was the map that Heretics lost to All Gamers, the one where Koshmaras wasn't on the neon. I think they might have spelled a little bit of blood in the water there.
Yeah, but that felt a little bit more like agent composition rather than execution and maybe issues with the map strategy.
Sure, but have they had time to change? That's the question. If they come in with that Phoenix again, I'm worried for them in this series.
I don't think that they necessarily need to change it. At the end of the day, the number one task for Team Heretics that I was putting coming into this event is like Koshmaras needs to be more than just a neon.
Yeah.
You know, he was incredibly good for them and probably managed to get them their first victory in VCT EMEA. But that is just not going to cut it for the rest of the year. There's only so much that we can ask from him at the end of the day and how short ago he joined the team. But to be in the caliber the Team Heretics is globally, he needs to step up.
Yeah.
Yeah, all right, well, we'll see what happens as the players look like they're ready up on stage. And we await agent select in just a little bit. Again, a reminder here, this is Group D qualification match. They lose, you're still in it. You've got your one loss to give. You win, you qualify into the playoffs as a 1 seed. MIBR taking care of business against Global Esports earlier. And Los Niños, the reigning title defenders, Team Heretics winning their series in a 2-1 fashion earlier as well. You win, you're in. You lose, you get one more shot against the winner of the B stream happening right now in ag.al and Global Esports. As we'll see what happens there.
I mean, the big thing is the earlier you qualify to these playoffs, the more time you have to prepare. Get ready for the big stage, the big crowd next week, and just have that extra reps on the scrims. You can have more time to change things, adapt, and shore up those mistakes. If you have to qualify through that final decider game, it definitely does eat into practice just a little bit.
Yeah, and for the side of MIBR, we saw them coming into this Lotus playing against Global Esports with a couple of changes, right? They doubled down on the double duelist, but they moved away from the Neon and moved on to the Waylay, which is probably a new frontier for many of the teams and a very good choice. But very similar to the Jet, you have a lot of, but there's more combo potential right there.
I like it a lot. I mean, I think that double duelist is just terrifying if they can make
Is it because it's Aspas?
Well, of course. It's Aspas and Zekken. Like, they're crazy names on a double duelist. They will be sticking with that same composition. Aspas on this Waylay. Look for that little bit of trickery. And, of course, look for him to get that operator rolling.
And when we look at the side of Team Heretics, Rian's having a slow start the other day. Boo was on point from the beginning. Woods had a little bit of those highs and lows, but at the end of the day, I think I am looking at him to spearhead at least the mood in the team to be able to get those gracious rounds that they always manage to find.
Yeah, I think a lot of pressure on Benji Fishy on this side swap. We've seen how Waylay has been able to just abuse device hold on C on this map, so a lot of work to do to try and shut down a big name player like Aspas.
The Stage 1 champions of Europe against the Pride of Brazil, making sure that there was South American representation here at EWC, defeating the team that prevented them from going to Masters London in Leviathan, and now one step away from the playoffs. It is mibr.los versus Team Heretics. On the call, it's Achilleos and Paper Thin.
Once more into the breach we go. MIBR scoring off against Heretics. We're looking to defend their title here at EWC. Obviously some absences on the global stage for MIBR, but looking to rally back here at this event and really show what they're capable of.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, this is a huge stepping stone, it feels like, potentially for MIBR, but they got to get through a very tough Team Heretics, despite an absolutely dominant performance against Global Esports. IBR still probably feels like they have a lot to prove, and if they can have another dominant performance against Team Heretics today, certainly feel like not only are they in form to maybe win EWC 2026, but maybe go on a run here at the end of the year. A lot of damage done to Koshmaris on that entry, down to 20 HP already.
Yeah, beaten and battered, but still breathing. The pump at the brakes here as the double duelist rotation comes through from mibr.los, looking to get themselves a full 5v5 retake. As many key advantages as it can. Zekken does still have that paint shell, but Rienz, off that spam, is able to find Tex. Nade now, ready to go out. Rienz just popping that haunt, looking to try to swing forward. Offer up a little bit more damage with that frenzy, but no. It's going to be Benji Fishy now on this backstab, striking as Mazzino completely caught unawares. Now, bit of a pincer maneuver here, forward onto these players as Benji Fishy's able to find himself a second from Waterfall. Verno going to be taking down a third for Benji. Quick swing of the corner, Aspas able to find that kill, but nothing more. 3 players will survive as Team Heretics take the opening pistol.
Yeah, really nice start here for Heretics, and it felt like mibr.los just playing retake kind of the whole way. Yeah, 3-2 split, 3 on A, 2 over on C, and just being very cautious throughout the whole affair, and that offered a lot of space there to Heretics, and that's why Benji Fishy be able to make that wrap through over towards B. The players over on A all rotated over through spawn, except for one. Oh, what a shot from Koshmaris.
Still have that Marshall in play here, but it's going to be Mazzino with the classic able to find the one. But as you mentioned, Koshmaris able to find the kill before he gets taken down. Inshell not going to be deep enough to displace Aspas. He wants to scale forward a little bit, given that he has that refract, but we'll just let it expire. So for now, a 1-for-1 with some additional damage dealt on a Zekken.
Yeah, so still feeling pretty comfortable here as Heretics have a pretty wide open C site. I mean, Verno, who was stellar as well against Global Esports.
There.
Absolutely dominant on the Sova, but here on the Omen, it's going to be playing it patient. Have kind of thwarted Heretics from going into C, so as far as how you wanted this round to go as mibr, well, I think this is about as good as it could have gone.
How much more they're going to be able to find. Still the boom bot, still the nade available to Zekken. Haunt going to go out. Paint Shell not going to be able to find anything. As the spam from Wood will connect. Mazzino going to be struck down. Aspas desperately trying to find an angle. He can put this Marshall to use. Benji still just going to be noting in case there's any potential flanks coming through, but as we can see, none to be found. Going to be a bit of a reroute here in depth to the spike, it would seem, as Verno and Aspas will both get taken down, and it's going to be a very clean anti-eco for Heretics, just the one casualty. Start things off 2-0.
Yeah, nice hold here by Heretics. You know, on B site, sometimes things can get a little bit bizarre, a little bit spicy, especially when you're going up some people just sending it, right-clicking, trying to right-click with classics, but they shut it right down to a comfy start. Heretics going to be carrying over a fair amount of their weaponry going into this next one, and a bonus coming ahead. mibr really want to get off on the right foot now. Don't let anything go to waste here. Aspas only going to be able to go for the Guardian. Mazzino, the Bulldog. There was a little bit of purchase from mibr. Ooh.
Well, Aspas looking for that one tap, but can't quite line it up for the kill. Gets out the safety, some damage suffered by Boo. Otherwise, Heretics can just pump the brakes here and decide if they want to reroute.
Yeah, this is a good read from them. Sensed a lot of pressure there. A couple different angles that they were going to have to be concerned about, and going to try a different approach. Verno going to be tasked to try to do some damage, but the Prowler does spot him, so an immediate TP back. A little bit of pressure to make sure he didn't stick around behind the box.
Verno going to have to try to absorb all of this pressure. Paint Shell's right there with him, as we'll be able to steady the spray eventually for the one. Gets the second as well. A hell of a shot that he found, but Rienz still fighting back, brings us to parity. As the Nightfall immediately going to be invested. Cannot get dodged by Aspas, so tagged by that, just the one trail found. Either way, Heretics go in with the plant. 3v3 to be played out now. mibr.los look to try to get themselves on the board. A bonus conversion from here for Heretics would really open the floodgates on their map pick. Made it to the back though, and Benji Fishy going to be dead to rights. Boo tag down. Starts to favor. And mibr, especially as that kill comes in. Now it's all on Boo, but that's a clean shot as Mazzino will fall to the wayside. Tap of the defuse. Boo offered up another one. Second just not quite looking down. Boo looking for the third, and he's got it. What a monstrous clutch. Gets the bonus conversion. And Heretics are looking live and well on Lotus.
That is outrageous stuff from Boo. The first and the final, very, very clean. Had a little bit of time to line up the second. But man, oh man, what a round there. Gets tagged up in the beginning of the round and hangs on. Hasn't died yet even. In fact, hadn't had any kills or deaths coming into that round. Like the way Heretics approaches that. A little bit of contact. Don't like what they see at A. Go over to the other side. Riens gets his ult. They're patient with it. They make sure they can clear deep with that. Really textbook, efficient Lotus attacker side play. And it nets them a bonus. Love it.
It's a gamble stack. All 5 players leaning in towards C and B. Meanwhile, free scale up towards A. Slow on this approach, but it's only a matter of time before Heretics really assess that this is an empty site. It's just a camera. No further util there to try to block them off. Prowler over towards Mound to try to just fake that interest.
Yeah, they're pinging over in that direction too. Just wary that maybe someone's behind the corner, but it's going to be the cam. Might have been heard.
Look to avoid that for now. Eventually, we'll need to clear that. As still taking their time with this one. Paint Shell holding these players at tree for the moment. X, the first one on the scene. Paranoia will connect though, and he's got a backpedal, and Koshmaris has him dead. Sliding in the back sight. Kill immediately going to be found. Ospas here. Not wanting to clear that blast pack, trying to fake his presence here at drop, but Koshmaris is going to look to try to check for it, but Mazzino, he's able to find 2. They're so distracted on trying to clear that angle now. Second with the Vandal in hand is able to find himself a kill. Mazzino gets a third with the Sheriff. And Boo again has to be the one to try to clutch us out. Another smoke just cycled in. Another TP available for reposition. Looking to dodge the boom bot for now. Does so effectively. Paranoia goes in. They know exactly where he is. Spray and pray on the corner, but it's going to be second with a headshot. Able to find him, and that is a monstrous round to be scooped up here by mibr. Perhaps we would have to see some intervention from Coach Fraud, but instead they'll pull off a thrifty.
Yeah, this one comes on the back of maybe a little bit of an over-aggressive post-plant position from Koshmaris, where he gets up towards top heaven there, and they are pretty suspicious that someone's at drop, and they want to clear that. The problem is they gave themselves up. Some of those players that were rotating in from spawn had opened up the door for Mazzino. Zekin scoops up a gun. All of a sudden, the round just goes completely sideways. Probably want to talk a little bit how to get into that one next time. They were working the map really nicely. Oh my God.
Koshmaris is out so far wide. Ospas not quite flush against the wall either way. Does get spotted, does get taken down, but Verno able to find 2 quick kills. Gets him back into a 3v3, and Second does have the Showstopper available to try to prevent this plant. Waits it out, Siege going to be dodged. Showstopper now going to be sent, diving forward. Both of them just corralled into the corner, and Second quickly collects. Rins and Benji Fishy both going to be struck down as Boo. This time cannot put on the cape, cannot find the heroics. It's a 3K for Zekin and a very fast shutdown at the hands of mibr.
Simple stuff, but Verno continues to be so crisp with the aim. That 2K flawless. I mean, he's been tasked with a pretty rough job of trying to hold down the C site as a solo Omen. That can be oftentimes a really tricky situation, even with those TPs. But if you got the aim, you got the confidence, you can make it a lot harder for the opponents. And then obviously the Showstopper seals the deal more or less.
Carryover on this operator as well, so still have that in the hands of Ospas. On gets a reveal on Boo, TP's away, just dodging out lion's share of that damage from the paint shell.
Keep in mind, Benji Fishy does have an equalizer here with the Steel Garden, so could be one of those rounds where you can use that to either clear space or just, I'd like to see them be patient with it. Loved their patience with the Nightfall earlier. Woot went away from a showstopper, so some real opportunity here for Heretics to turn this round on its head, but Aspas already has Rian's dead.
Quick peek out from stairs. Mars trying to get his way forward into the B site. Slides through, just that classic in hand. Still able to find an immense amount of damage on the Texan. Should be able to get the finisher as well, and he shall. Woot on the arrival as well. Could be good for one, but quickly gets shut down before he can find anything else. Starting to feel like a broken record as I say it, but once again, it's just Boo left standing. And Mazzino will just go for the spam. Knows he's going to be trying to recover that spike if he can. So gets him through the smoke. And that's going to be mibr getting yet another round win.
Yeah, they're really fast to react now. Starting to try to put some pressure onto Heretics wherever they make contact. They instantly respond there to Kashmaris rushing in. And yeah, that one.
Pick up 3, give up 3, and that means the timeout call.
Yeah, not the end of the world there, but certainly, you know, Heretics want to talk about these ults that they have. And they've got 4 of them to work with, so, you know, I think here, you've got the showstopper to clear space, you've got the steel garden to, you know, kind of lock down once you're able to get that plant into play. Maybe just want to talk a little bit, continue how to thwart the early operator angles that Aspas might be taking, things like that. Just make sure that everybody's all on the same page there. Because, gosh, it started so good here for Heretics, but 3 in a row for mibr is concerning. Here on Lotus, you know, you're off to a rip-roaring start on that attacker side. You're feeling like you're going to be able to give yourself a nice cushion going into that second half. But now all of a sudden, the script is flipped, and you're starting to get real concerned that it's going to be way too close for comfort. Aspas went away from a convergent pass as well, so you got to be real careful not to give him that opening pick. And there's a big setup over towards B for Heretics. Just the Cypher util at the front door there. But no contact at long A. Everybody's pivoting here for mibr, looking for...
Pivoting into potentially the right position, but looks like they are going to be dropping back from B. Why could it be passed over? And okay, no, now they're counter-rotating back in towards A. Have to be wary about a potential scale forward. There was that Season 8 off the rip of the round, so they don't know if anyone pushed past with that util.
Right, and you got to be worried about maybe an aggressive op angle here right outside of the rocks. So got to be slow, got to use this Prowler to check that angle. Around the backside of Rubble, too.
Nothing spotted. Verno going to be taking points, sends out a couple shots, wants to see if he can catch another little glimpse here, but well, now leave it to Aspas. There's the spot out, and he's going to try to make his exit, and he cannot. He's not fast enough on the draw to get that double dash going. Meanwhile, Mazzino just creeping into the angle, swiftly going to be shut down by Woot. This just feels like a little bit of an overstay, a little bit of over-aggression from mibr that ends up getting punished by Heretics, now giving themselves a very good opportunity to close out this round and regain the lead. Showstopper as well, going to be invested. Woot looking for a target. Little TP reposition, is able to dodge that one out. Meanwhile, though, Zekin trying to spill forward onto the site, and Woot will quickly dispatch him. Verno and Tex, so you have to really have much involvement here. Trying to see if they can somehow bail themselves out of this 2v5. You've got the money for another operator on plenty of players, so not too much reason to not play this one, especially given that you've got 2 of the ults invested, but Verno only going to be able to find the one. Tex unscouted for the moment. But at the very least, would love to just try to get one, maybe die, get that neural theft online. It's been slow building for him, but it will just be Rien's to claim a third in the round. Is Team Heretics will move up 4-3.
Yeah, nice little bounce back here. Heretics now starting to toy with the map again. Making a little bit of noise over at B. And then a pivot over towards A, where they're able to isolate and lock down Aspas. That's huge. Again, taking that operator out of play, taking the potential convergent paths out of the round. There's nothing Aspas could do there. A really timely smoke from Boo. Make it so that there just couldn't be a response from mibr. Here we go again. Operator still able to be bought up.
Good haunt reveal, though. Is able to spot 2. Meanwhile, Boo up over the top of Rubble. And Aspas has him dead this time. Dashes out to safety. Little lick of damage going to be found. But even if they want to try to crunch across into B, Verno is here, has that paranoia to try to shut this down. Here's that Boombot coming through. Zekin's going to look to back him up.
And don't forget about the Nightfall and the Steel Garden. Again, the tools there for Heretics to clear a site if they need to. Kashmaris has ult as well. Could be utilized to do that. Oh boy, that convergent pass would have been.
Convergent pass with the paint shell layered in. That could be Benji absolutely dead. Up to hold on this one for now. Just far enough around that corner. Benji. Oh, it looked like he was dialed in on the angle, but a little bit too much movement, and Zekin just faster on the draw. Away with that kill, and now suddenly two-player advantage here in the hands of MIBR as they look to tie this up. Slide forward, coming in, still a plethora of util available to MIBR. It's Verno. He's going to be waiting this one out. The push coming in. Wu trying to scale forward. Does manage to take him. Decay down a little bit lower. But safe to back away. Overdrive now going to be popped the slide in. Kashmar is able to find the first husband. Desperately trying to get the gun out in time, but he just cannot. The operator far too slow for him. Round now flipped on its head. Quite able to find the kill. Tech surviving, but just down to 48 HP. Trying to get the scale. The slide in will be rewarded with one, rewarded with two. Now has to try to clutch this out. Drops down the Prowler chasing. 8 bullets remaining in the mag. Tap of the defuse. The swing coming in, and Rienz has him outdone. Heretics. Oh, looking like they were going to let that one slip, but they managed to stabilize.
Yeah, Kashmaris finds a beautiful timing there to go for the overdrive. Might get a little bit stuck, but he's got both of the players for MIBR thinking they have the safety to go for the convergent pass here, and they're just not ready. Mazzino trying to get the gun out. Aspas was sending the ult. Beautiful, beautiful read on the situation. And that opens things up. Wook gets up there, does some damage too. This time around, MIBR Fraud wants to take a little bit of a time out here to see exactly what they can do a little bit better. I mean, I think it's just a couple of these rounds have just come down to some decision-making, individual decision-making errors that have caused them to drop winnable situations or at least give up kills early that they don't really need to in the round before the previous one and stuff like that. Just little individual things that are so important when you're running double duelist on Lotus.
However, we are not too far off from the point of comfort. The Heretics are going to continue to just run back after dropping those initial rounds. When it's going to start becoming a little bit more uncomfortable for them. So MIBR going to be looking to at least get up to 5 here. Ult cycle getting ready to come back through. That next showstopper for Zekin, 3 charges away, 3 for the Nightfall as well. Just quickly barreling forward up towards Mound. It's a full 5-player push coming in for Team Heretics. Unless they really meet any opposition, not likely to slow down.
Cage triggered.
A low trap there, but it is going to be that Steel Guard, and this time used to clear space.
Enough space to backpedal, but Verno, I think he's trying to re-TP back in, try to scale as that Steel Guard was expiring, but he ends up out into the open. They managed to collect that 1 second, only going to be good for the 1. But we'll get the trade up, at Osmas now on the approach, coming around from the flank. It's sort of Boo, it's a double stack. In the back corner of the site. Benji and Rienz now getting spotted. Ospas just cannot break that hold. Next now on a 1v3, looking significantly unfavored. Not even a corpse to try to go for if he wanted to get a neural theft involved. Instead, it's just going to be Benji. That water side, able to find the headshot as Heretics move up to 6.
Yeah, this time out of the timeout, Heretics has a really nice read. They just go for a faster pacey hit, and it looks C at the beginning, and then they double down on that because they have that Steel Garden that forces Tex back. He can't play, he's looking to maybe catch the second player in or do a little bit of damage because he has a lower trip set up just at the outside of the C door there, and then he has his cyber cage at the front of the door. So he leaves himself a little bit of gap to play from that pillar, but not offered the opportunity. And then Verno TP'd into a paranoia, in fact. Couldn't see anything there. Got taken down. Rienz just continues to thrive.
Ospas trying to find any kind of angle that he can get, but Benji Fishy will have him outdone here. They're just bleeding out members very quickly. Verno now the last one standing. MIBR had gotten their 3-round win streak started on a Thrifty, but it's not going to happen again. Heretics will lock up a lead, barring Verno getting an ace clutch with a Bandit.
He's been in good form.
Seen some wild stuff in our years casting this game, but this one feels like a bridge too far. 5 remaining. Clean one tap, and Kashmars just comes sliding down. Drop, has that shorty, and has him dead.
Beautiful. Just a nice hold here. Heretics in cruise control. Just reading every little twist and turn that MIBR is trying to throw at them very nicely. MIBR players not able to get the right setups themselves and the good reads. You know, out on a walkabout is Aspas, but it gets identified. Then Benji's able to turn, take them down. 2 more rounds to go. Big ults available for MIBR to maybe get this to a 7-5. Showstoppers for both raises, though, as Woot has gotten into another one. Boo gets up on the rubble, but going to be thwarted. Doing anything, really. A little bit of damage done. That's all there really is to speak of that situation. But Kashmaris, it's quite a bit of forward space here. Just how does Team Heretics want to use that? Love to see them keep Kashmaris around a little bit longer, try to sell a little bit more that they're sticking around, and they're somewhat doing that, but now with the peel back from that cyber cage and a little bit of a window, it's just how quick will MIBR read this? For the door.
Not very quickly. Might just be relying on that tripwire, but could end up being a little bit too late. Door now going to be broken. Zaspas and second try to get a position to try to hold this back, but with a showstopper, there's no way to try to face forward. They have to just wait this out, and Woot still has an opportunity. Chucks that in, and second's going to be tagged down to 48. That makes committing his own showstopper a little bit more risky. Sends it and will be rewarded. Kashmar's going to be dead. Benji Fishy taken down off screen as well. Mike has been planted, though. Now to check around the back of Rien's. Looking for a little bit more, but it's only going to be the one tap. Coming through is Boo. Now having to do it all yet again. 10 bullets remaining, but it's going to be Aspas stepping up to the plate. Gets himself a 3K and gets MIBR another round win.
Gets a little bit worrisome in the middle of that round for MIBR, especially when Zekin gets knocked down to 48. You know he's got that showstopper in the back pocket too, but when you're that weak, you get one shot in the body as you're trying to blast pack in or something, you're ripping the ult, and then you don't even get to use it. But this time around, takes a safe, just one blast pack around the corner, spots Kashmaris, and just says, okay, that one I should be able to get. That really starts to break things open there. It's kind of that waiting game as the raises. Who's going to use that showstopper first? Because Woot has to use it due to the pressure that they knew could be created.
Don't slide out. Kashmar is just taking the fight nice and early, and he's going to be taken down very quickly. Paint Shell as well going to be layered in. Boo eating a bit of damage from that one. Osman's going to be struck down as Woot is able to find the kill, but Mazzino trades out Rienz as well, so still going to be a player advantage established here for MIBR. If they can make this a 7-5 half, going to be feeling pretty damn decent about their odds as they get ready to go to the attack with their double duelist setup.
Bring them down.
TP just to get a little bit closer here for Verna, but Mazzino cannot hold the line, nor can he retreat, so just ends up getting caught up. Now into a 3v3. Heretics once again in a winnable position. Tech still on the approach. Plant not being committed to quite just yet. The spot out, Zekin able to find Woot. Despite the near sight. Fast enough on that draw, and now this becomes a very uncomfortable spot. No real way to try to get this plant going unless they're able to find another kill, and Zekin will take down Woot before Benji can capitalize, so now he's got to clutch this out in a 1v2. Swing from drop would have him dead. And instead, it's just going to be Tex from behind. Get the backstab. 7-5. Heretics out in front, but MIBR doing decent to recover this.
Yeah, I mean, even though there were some pretty big streaks from Team Heretics, the fact that MIBR comes through with 5 is really, really impressive. Able to settle in a few of these rounds. Just kind of weather the storm of some really impressive, macro ideas on top of really good shooting. Rienz was looking really hot to start, had a couple quick nightfalls in the mix. Benji was doing some things early. Boo, obviously, with the clutches.
Yep.
That's huge for Heretics, but is 7 going to be enough on that attacker side? You're also going up against a double duelist. Who knows? Aspas getting heated up a little bit as that one went on. Zekken had a few good moments in there. Everybody kind of getting involved. Tex, slow to start, but it was like 0-5 at one point, but got through there, got some kills. Got a really important neural theft on a win against Benji Fishy out in attacker spawn. So some really good things starting to kind of formulate here for MIBR.
They'll need to be seeing, I think, a little bit more here from Tex at the defender side, where you're expected to be a little bit more favored. Obviously, setting up the trips to try to just cover your rear when you're going for an exec onto a site. Those are still available, but widely. There's a bit of a reason why we mostly do see Vice on this map comparatively. So I want to see a level up as far as the gunplay is concerned, but seems like the rest of the team, like you said, starting to kind of find that groove. And if Aspas is going to be one of those players, that's obviously terrifying. The analyst desk was talking about it. When you have that waylay, you're able to circumnavigate a lot of that Vice setup. Go up and over the wall, have that trigger go over the thorns, completely just avoid that damage right there alongside the rays.
Yeah, and in theory, right, you have the Omen too. So you have a lot of abilities to kind of nullify some of those C setups. Good coordinated teams that are able to clear some space, able to use maybe some of the Fade util, some of the Raze util to clear out the C site and then get past that wall. Get 3 players right in there before the wall can block out the others. Get a plant going, little things like that that can be orchestrated. Really could be a difference maker. And let's see if we get any inkling as to what some of the ideas might be around that for MIBR early, as they will be drifting in that direction. Mazzino just clearing the haunt, just keeping attention on this side of the map.
And that's damn good.
Yep.
How many players are here?
Yep.
Only Benji Fishy not on the site for the moment. The rest of the team. So all going to be baited out. Aspas gets the quick entry in. And so far, Heretics not really biting on this. They want to be able to re-clear out towards A main first, as well as secure this ult orb for Woot. So grabs that up. And while looking for that moment, we'll just be able to find a smattering of damage, but Rien's still alive. Zeno will fall. Aspas, though, double face forward with Tex. Pushing up through Waterfall. Ashmaris ready with the slide. Regains that space, forces them back away. Still a lot to assess here for Heretics.
With some ability to stall as MIBR.
Onto Waterfall. Rans knows that he's safe to scale forward, but the time is starting to bleed out. Paint Shell invested alongside that relay bolt, trying to find any kind of damage, any kind of kill that they could possibly get, but it's going to be Verno striking first now. Aspas able to find Rians. The defuse starting to be held. Paint Shell going to be layered in. Gets it up to half. Woot going to be struck down. They go back onto this one. He's going to be holding for, and he's just barely got it. MIBR cannot defend the spike. Heretics steal away another pistol. And that is going to have MIBR reeling and kicking themselves.
Absolutely. Benji's been so instrumental in these pistol rounds. Had a 3K on the lurk, and this time around, able to get the important kill. And is right there to stick. Knew the time. Knew he had to go right for it. Good job by the initial diffuser, getting it to half, knowing that they were going to have to eat a paint shells and give their lives for the cause. Benji spotted out early. Grenade sent in his direction. Catches a little bit of damage onto him, but
Ashmaris is here to back him up, and he is, he's going for his usual stuff here. He's got the Ares this time, not quite enough for the Omen, as the Thorns from Benji will find himself a second, and in the end, he will collect a 4K to make it a flawless anti-eco.
An absolute blender there. Nicely thought out, nicely set up. Love the Ares in these scenarios where you can just hold the line.
That might be the first Ares of the tournament.
I think they used it the other day on the B stream.
Oh, maybe they did.
I think they did.
I haven't been able to see every single map, but
we've been a little busy.
There's been a little back and forth. But, I mean, Koshmars is one of these players you have to be ready for these things because he's doing stuff that no other Neon really does.
No.
Where he's bringing the O to the bear. I think we saw a little bit of it from Dambi back at Santiago.
True.
But that was when he was, taking it off the corpse of Brock.
Right.
He's like, oh, I think I could use this. He will just buy this into the round.
Yes.
So you have to be ready for him that, just have these LMGs in hand. Meanwhile, okay. We're into the round, and Heretics are bodying MIBR on their anti-bonus. Verno's the last one standing. 30 seconds have passed. And I don't know if this requires much of an explanation. I think that kind of just sums it up. Just Rand's dancing around and killing him with a sheriff.
Well, it looks to me, from what I can see on the map, they won a pick at the front of B, and then they won the Rebel fight, and they won the round. There you go. That's my my detective deductive logic there.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank you for the autopsy.
You're welcome.
And now, losing and giving over another bonus. This feels like it's curtains for MIB on this map. This would have to be a monstrous run back, better than the one that they were able to put up from the defender's side.
Tino on a Guardian, mostly Sheriffs otherwise. Verno with that Bandit again. 3 ends. Right around the door, just waiting for the contact. MIBR gonna try to pivot.
Well, Tex dead, Zekin fall, and Kashmara is just going to be looking for the finisher and will be able to find it. And it's another one of those rounds that feels like it doesn't really matter which guns MIBR have in their hands. Heretics just have a chokehold on this map. They picked it for a reason, and they are putting that on display.
I love the way they play this, though. Like, there's a little bit of consideration for every angle. You got Rian's kind of washing the door, and when he realizes they're probably not going that way, we need to double up on the other side, give Boo a little bit of help. And Kashmaras here plays his life so nicely off of that boom bot. Doesn't try to, you'll see a lot of players when they spray that boom bot, they're immediately trying to just pivot their, crosshairs up to look for that player coming through the door. No, he's like, ooh, I should back up a little bit. Give those other 2 players. I know I've got the help over at A. They can swoop in, get a couple kills, and then I can swoop in. A little push and pull there. And that's so well coordinated by Heretics.
Well, final timeout call here for MIBR. Trying to somehow turn this around. And Heretics, for the moment, they just have all of the momentum on their side.
It's something about this tournament, man. Gets them going. They're just looking so sharp today. And last year, obviously, getting that big win.
A reverse sweep.
A reverse sweep against Fnatic. That is nothing to sneeze at, for sure. So, Kashmaras now
carries less weight this year. I kid. They're always a scary team.
I hope Boaster's watching.
Love you, Jake. Oh, Verno TP to the corner. Waiting out that paint shell. Now goes for the reposition.
Now you got this op. Talking about just the kind of uniqueness that Kashmaras brings. He can do just about everything for this Heretics team. This time around, looking for the angle. They're trying to spam for him. Doesn't really work there. Prowler does end up connecting. He just tried to hold through it. Tex has the angle, has the kill. Cyber Cage out, but Boo, quick on the trade.
It's not going to be fast enough. Try to get that follow-up. Operator now into the hands of Boo. Wants to go for a peek, and Aspa says, you don't use that gun. That's my kind of gun. Dive in. Benji Fishy going to be spotted out. Quick little refract out. The dink into the spray down, though. There for Rienz. Finding that as blast pack forward. Just trying to offset Benji here as much as humanly possible as they try to get the surround going through. They can't quite split them apart, so Mazzino will be able to find it. Rienz and Wu. Last one standing. It's going to be Verno. Quick out of the stairs. Cleans them both up. And MIBR, they deny that map point away for now.
That's really nicely played by Zekin there. I want to really highlight his individual movement, the way he's toying with that door, not giving up too much when he's trying to jiggle peek those angles, keeping Benji Fishy really uncomfortable. Very, very nicely done by him. Something he's always really impressed me with. Some of that little micro movement that he has. Jiggle peeking angles. Saw it earlier when they were on the other side of the coin. When he was peeking into the baby door link. Got a quick kill. Just, it comes down to precision. Zekin is one of the best.
Sticking it. Benji very suspicious about this, but doesn't look like he's going to be ready for this angle. And Verno will eventually be able to find the kill. Tech's now going to be looking for Woot. Crosshair not quite placed to be able to get that one tap. So Tech's going to be forced away. Quite a bit of damage going to be suffered as well. Paint Shield's going to be lobbed in. Aspas at the same time operating solo. And despite being spotted, Pooh is just not looking in the right direction. The up and over. Woot plants his feet and now rests on the floor. Aspas not to be denied. This is the kind of shift. This is the kind of read that you need to be seeing from MIBR if they want to complete this run back. They will get themselves up to 7, still going to be down by 4. So Aspas wants to try to take this operator out of the equation, out of Kashmaris' hands. Spot out. Zekin would have to tap the door to try to get on the flank. So Kashmaris is going to be decently favored to retain this operator, but otherwise, MIBR looking at a potential flawless unless this kill comes through, and it will. Can they catch him? Yes, they can. Zekin, the hell of a shot, strikes him down. Looks like they will leave the op on the ground, but MIBR starting to find that footing yet again.
Yeah, I think this might be the time for another timeout here. Heretics may want to consider. They have enough for another buy. They have a lot of ults available as well. So it's just up to the coach. Do you want to give them another cycle, potentially? Crazy good stuff from Aspas there. Woot was trying to get in there and go for the old up close and personal, but he was not having any of it. But we keep rolling on. Aspas has a convergent pass. Mazzino with this Nightfall. So eyeing this C site as maybe a juicy target for that ult combo. Or at least
trying to play Boo in.
Yeah.
Still tucked behind this box, but they spam him out. A solid read coming through. Aspas able to find that kill. Benji Fishy going to be def and spot out on the TP. Turns to the side, but Verno still going to be just a little bit faster on that draw. The push forward. Verno still going to be good for another. And so far, it's only Aspas taken down. Verno down to a sliver of HP, but still alive and willing to fight. Age now situated, and you talk about the money coming into this one. Now there's significantly less of it available to Heretics, so they're going to have to just back away and go for the save.
Yeah, for sure. Now I'd really like to see a timeout for Heretics to talk about this. The ults, every single one available. So now you've got the opportunity to use those to turn it around on its head. Again, a couple of your players are going to be nearly bankrupt. But those are okay players to have be in that scenario because it's the overdrive on Kashmaris and it's Woot with the showstopper. So they don't necessarily need to buy. They can use those ults to potentially, just get kills as Kashmaris and then Woot get a kill, scoop up a gun. And then you've got some tools for retake there too. So I think you can play a little bit for contact here as Heretics try to lure mibr.los into a false sense of security. Maybe drag them in towards A and then let loose with either the showstopper or the overdrive. You can do that on C too. So that's the kind of setup I'd like to see here. Maybe have a player in baby door, break it early. Have a couple. I liked that one setup Heretics had where they had 2 over at A, 1 in the baby door. Keep either Riens or Benji Fishy around that door, keeping that in check and then waiting for your moment to pounce.
Still no timeout call. Weber's going to be trusting in the team to still get this one over the line. Says we have a stacked deck. But if you invest ultimates into this round and you're not able to find the win, it's going to be even more concerning. Boot dead. Mars with the judge. Sending out a couple warning shots, wanting to stave them off, dissuade them from pushing that side of the map. Zekin will be walking into the sidelines of Benji Fishy, but very much does the same here against Aspas. As Boo now radically backpedal, still able to find another one. Verno going to be taken down through that cage. Still a player advantage. Convergent paths in the back pocket of Aspas should he feel the need to use it. Morris the one to dodge the Prowler to scale forward coming in. Overdrive now going to be Pop Tex, eating quite a bit of damage here to start. Kashmaris jumping up on top of the wall, but that's going to be to his demise. His Tex will be able to claim him, and now it is just Riens who cannot get the clutch going. Another round over at MIBR, now suddenly 2 away from tying this up.
Well, now the alarm bell's beginning to ring, I think, a little bit in the Team Heretics camp. Kind of letting a few slip through here. I think maybe going for some opportunities, not really utilizing these ults, I think, effectively in their situation. Just trying to go for some individual plays where they get some kills, set things a little bit off balance. Woot just diving in with a shotgun. No timeout still. Kashmaris with another Ares. Spectre for Boo. Brienne's gonna have the only rifle. A reveal, no opportunity though for Woot to punish. This time around, playing a little bit more contain our Heretics.
There.
Obviously, mibr.los. We've seen this the last couple rounds where they're very cautious at the beginning of these. They know that that showstopper is there, so they want to make sure they're not going to be falling prey to it. Convergent paths if that Prowler were to connect, but does not. So it's going to be saving that in the back pocket. Zekin one away from a showstopper as well. So this is all signs pointing to mibr taking this to 10 in my mind right now.
It would have to be a massive, steel guard and retake there, maybe with that showstopper as well layered in. Well, it's just a bit of a choke from mibr, it would feel like. Spot's going for the up and over. Boo holding on to that paranoia here for the moment, but might just be holding to the next round. Yeah, he's just going to get grounded to a fine pace as Rien's at drop. He's going to be able to find one, looking for the other, but the Saturate denies him the aim. Mazzino collects a fourth, and mibr are knocking on Heretic's door.
Oh boy. Starting to get real scary. A nice haunt there. Boo just stuck, and Boo looking a little flustered. Gesturing there that, hey, we need to figure something out, guys. And again, you're sitting on so many ults here. They had used these a little bit earlier. Even if the rounds hadn't got their way, they could have maybe come into another ult cycle. Now you're sort of stuck with what you're left with. I mean, hopefully you can use the 4 of them to get 2 more rounds, but mibr.los is into an ult cycle as well. So you're kind of playing with fire a little bit here. Against a team like mibr.los, you will get burnt.
It feels like this is one of those rounds that's going to make or break it. You either get up to map point, guarantee at least an overtime, or mibr tie it up and in all likelihood take away any and all momentum, all of the win that was in your sails.
Well, that's what's so concerning. This felt so heavily favored for Heretics, who have been really streaky. Maybe it's about time to get that streak going again and get the final 2 to close it out. Zekin and Aspas both have their ults. Vernal one away from an ult that we've already seen have impact for him. So normally you kind of poo-poo the Omen ult, but in this case, Vernal's already shown that it can get some value.
Fast showstopper. Widely unassisted. And Widely without a potential target. Vernal's going to be taken down, but Benji Pitch is going to be found by Mazzino. Showstopper into the back of the site. Nothing going to be found there. Rien's deafened up, but still able to turn back. Finds the fight win versus Aspas and finds the one tap on the Tex. 2v3 the Prowler. Seeing, yes, he is in fact still in this position. Rien's very much a player to be feared. They're going to look to double back on this one, though. Like, it's not going to be the scale into A. It's going to be the full retreat back towards spawn and maybe a pivot into C.
This is a nice smoke from Boo. I think they want them to go the other way. Stall them out a little bit. Actually, they're thinking maybe they had disrespected that smoke and they're going to go towards A. So Heretics here just a bit off the mark. Still gonna have a couple pieces of util for the retake potentially.
C's Haunt is there.
Exactly what I was looking at.
For Boo.
Yep.
With the plant into the hands of Mazzino will give him a nightfall. Another opportunity. Another piece of the puzzle. Try to tie this up.
And they've planted for Mound. Makes it all the more difficult, but there is the smoke here for Boo.
Tap of the door, the Haunt to be cleared. The swing gonna be coming in. It's all one after the other! And they all fall to the wayside! mibr take that 10 times out of 10! Heretics making it easy for them!
They just never really read that they've set up on Mound. It doesn't occur to them until it's far too late. Oh my. Oh no. That is devastating.
As soon as the Haunt is cleared, you have to be wary. Why would the two players defending the spike be playing separate from one another?
Right.
Just a thought lost in the chaos. As Woot now trying to scale, catches a spot out, and Aspas eats an immense amount of damage.
Just maybe a misjudge. Ooh, what a belter from Tex. This rips Kashmaris' head off. Does take some damage from that Marshall in response, but couple ults still in the back pocket. Heretics could get the Thrifty to go off the back of some of that. I mean, you still have that Nightfall, still have Verno's ult as well. Woot, who knows?
As that showstopper, there's the up and over. Aspas is going on a scouting mission. As that refract at the safety, Paint Shell to try to delay. Zekin!
Wow.
Sniped out of the sky. Just couldn't quite build up the momentum with those blast packs. He ends up getting caught. Nightfall across the scale into the back, and Verno able to intercept the rocket. Shut down. He's looking for more, but he thought he confirmed the kill. Offsets the spray just a little bit too quickly, but Rienz cannot escape, cannot tuck away. Deep before a reposition from Boo. A plant behind the pillar, unbangable there. Can't try to get the damage in, and Boo cannot find the shot. And repositioning, evacuating the area. Are creeping up into him though, and he's made up for it. Being able to find the one, and now it comes down to Benchy Fishy. Steel Garden, however, can be avoided. Plenty of pockets to try to tuck into. A safe-ish plant allows him to isolate the kills. Benji on the swing, gets it done! Finds the two to get the clutch, and Team Heretics rescue the round in thrifty fashion. They move up to map point.
Oh boy, this is just so back and forth, but Woot, that shot he hit on the entry of Zekin, disgusting to say the least. One of those ones that you're going to look back to as an absolute difference maker, and then you think maybe he beefed it, but then Verno went for the spray, thought he had a player and was trying to transfer already, but hadn't confirmed the kill. And that left him kind of dead to rights for a moment. Some individual mistakes that hurt mibr.los there. Now Kashmaris can get that Odin. Huge swing. Aspas into that op. Not able to find any joy. Over in towards the C site, and away we go.
Oh, the up and over, the shorty able to find it, and Aspas gets out like a thief in the night. Relay bolt to further delay the scale forward. Kashmaris, he's got no idea if they made their way through that haunt. Will now tell them all. But they hear that Odin. The call for mibr going to be to just pump the brakes for now. Play this one a little bit more slowly, but the Prowler confirming that there's still at least some forward presence. Corpse is in back sight, so getting the neural theft going to prove to be difficult as, oh, he is hunting for him, and Aspas torn asunder down to 4 HP. Consideration on that slide in towards water, but will be canceled. Zrien's now going to be spotted out, tucks away back over at Waterfall to safety. Being revealed out, and once again, looking like they want to try to go for this Mount Protect, but this time they will leave a couple players forward into the sides, but it's damage found on a Mazzino. Quick clear of the haunt. An exchange. Aspas with the operator, able to find Woot. Kashmaris strikes back. Still a player disadvantage, now equalized. Rienz able to take down Mazzino. The swing in the corner though, and one by one they fall. It's 12-12. mibr, they take it to overtime.
Oh boy. This one on a knife's edge, and I cannot believe the gall that mibr has to just keep pushing there on C. After getting confirmation of the Odin, after knowing the fades there too, you know, they're looking for an attempt at a reclear. They're holding the line, and then they just say, you know what, we've already taken one down. At worst, we have two. Let's make a go for it, and it is by narrow margins. That Odin does a ton of damage through those walls, but they're able to escape to the safety of the mound. 3 players there. Another hold for mibr to send us into OT. Suspected this one might be a banger. Absolutely delivering.
You have to imagine whichever team fails to get the win here on this map, they're going to be feeling pretty damn exhausted. Swinging though, and Aspas, what a shot. That's the operator dealt with immediately as Mazzino and Zekin get involved as well. Kashmaris only able to find that singular kill. A lot of start here for mibr to try to steal this map away. Both pistols lost, both bonuses converted for Heretics. The fact that they're in this position is already damn impressive, and now they're looking to take this up to match point for themselves. Swing in the corner, and Kashmaris just cannot get that op to sing. Benji, the last one, spots the shoulder, but it's all a bit of a distraction. And Zekin will collect a third, and MIBR are 1 round away from taking Lotus.
Yeah, just a commit early to the rubble fight. And Aspas, so quick, has a tight angle, and just gets that instant headshot. Difference maker in that one to open up that extra bit of space there. And then Heretics is trying to scramble and recover, and there's reinforcements behind him. They knock down 2 more. Something that we didn't see a ton of was those early rubble fights between these two teams. They were playing it very cautiously around each other. Now they both decide to try to turn up, and it was a shutdown. So Heretics use their timeout. A lot to talk about here, because even though both teams went 7 and 5 on their attacker side, you know, still feel like it's almost a coin flip. It was definitely MIBR who were better in the rifle rounds, and Zekin's having a blast up there. He's loving it.
I'm sure that all of them is happy to be back on a global stage.
For sure.
Now we wait.
Camps Paris at this point a long time ago.
Let's go.
MIBR, can they bring this to an end? Going to be seeing the operator here in the hands of Aspas. Opting to go for the Phantom. And once again, MIBR opting to explore around C to start.
Yeah, I mean, I think because you have the Waylay, you have a lot more comfort to deal with Utah. But look how far back Benji Fishy has placed the Vice Thorns and the Flash. But look at him, he went the other way.
I think he had the spot out. We'll take that Refract out, but it's going to be a good amount of damage suffered by Aspas, down to 45. Only able to put Benji down to 80. Tex just frantically trying to make his exit, and he cannot. Woot able to pursue fast enough, far enough forward to get that punish. Swing in, Verno dead, and Heretics now looking for that reset as they are just swinging to their demise. Zekin trying to recover the spike, has to dodge the C's. There's 2 players here on the B site. This should be absolutely undoable. Have to be a miracle. Get back into it from here. Took the timeout call, exactly what Heretics needed. As they look to pull off a flawless round to bring this back to parity. Boombot quickly cleared the jump spot punish. Woot finds himself a third, and Rienz has the finisher. It's a flawless for Heretics to tie it 13-13.
Huge. That was a much-needed timeout there. This time around, Heretics want to take that AA Rubble fight a little bit late. They're a little bit smart about how they isolate Tex and then kind of force the issue right as there's a peel back from the C site, from mibr.los, and they want to go the other direction, and then because Tex dies, they can't. They've lost that ground, they've lost that comfort, and they have to force their way onto C. That means those players on Team Heretics can just hold the line, plant their feet. Away we go. Woot and Kosmaris instantly have 2.
Immense improvements compared to the first outing. 2 quick kills found. Still the 3 deadliest members of MIBR alive and in the mix here is Spray and Pray looking for Rienz, but they're unable to find it. It's just going to be a tiny little bit of damage, but Zekin's going to eat more in kind. Paint shell to the corner. Kashmaris on the repeat will lose his head, but here's the reveal. Both players worked low. Zekin down to a sliver. Mazzino similarly eating a bit of damage here as the C's will connect on the Benji Fishy, but no one's there to try to flush him out. The 3v3, but it still feels so very favored for Team Heretics. It's just the duelists left once again. The swinging from Zekin punished. Aspas nearly spammed out, but the time is gone. He just cannot make it happen. He is surrounded, he is dead, and Heretics are back up to map point.
And this time, Heretics turns the Jets on and just comes out swinging. 2 quick kills right off the round drop. That's got MIBR reeling. That was about all you really needed here in this round. then you're scrambling. I mean, sure, you get a couple spams through the walls and things like that to fall your way, but it's just too much for mibr.los to climb through. So they say, oh boy, time to take our time out ourselves and see if we can get another reset going. Looked like it was maybe going to be their map. They get that defender side win initially, but Heretics answers right back. The firepower between these two teams, so impressive today. Just so much good, clean shooting. I'm so impressed by both squads. I mean, a lot of good changes, a lot of good adaptations, finding their moments to change the tempo here and there. What is this going to look like?
It needs to look clean. mibr about to be pushing in against this Odin. Back into the hands of Koshmaris, trying to catch them off guard. And look at the potential fight we have outside of B. Slide in. He's going to be immediately dispatched. Woot only able to find the one before getting traded as well. That's a massive early victory here for mibr. Fishy alone on this side of the map, but it looks like mibr will look to try to reroute. Slowly working their way back out towards that attacker's spawn.
Aspas pop that wall or not? It was pinged out, so no, he did not. He's just leaving it there. Doesn't want to give any indication just yet. Wants to make them still consider other ideas, but they're actually going to try to wait this out somehow, some way.
Who's going to stairs?
Who's got the right read?
And Jiggle peeking it with that TP. The door now hit the Prowler, spotting out Benji's position. Orb getting taken. He's going to be good for one, but Aspas will just counter swing in. Some revenge for Mazzino. Now it's Rienz and Boo. Try to bring this back, to bring this map to an end. 2v3, it's absolutely doable. How many times have we seen these players clutch? They have it in them. They still have a paranoia as well. The Haunt, two Prowlers.
So much to clear this tree angle. The real wild card here is Tex.
He's got a cam available, but he hasn't set it up. Always playing back, so didn't get into a position to try to situate it, but you'd love to have that at the back of side towards drop. Meanwhile, tap of the defuse. The face forward, Boo able to find the first, but Aspas clean tap, takes down Rienz. Boo has to do it all again. The time is just not going to be on his side. They dance around his shots. It's 14-14. mibr still in this fight.
Yeah, it's their turn this time to just hold the W key for a bit, go for those opening kills, win the battle at B main, and then use that extra player that they have to kind of work the map a little bit. Delayed push towards an identification of the util, but they're able to clear Benji Fishy out. Just a trade. Mazzino giving his life to tee up Aspas. Allows him to get some big kills in that round. 22 on the duelist for mibr.los. Slower push this time, but C being identified. Bruno has to get the heck out of there.
Now the TP ready. Makes his exit. Orb going to be grabbed by Woot. 2 charges from having a showstopper online. Aspas, though, so far forward. Ready to intercept and catch Koshmaris, who's completely unawares of this. And the dash forward, though, and Aspas delivers himself unto death as Boo will quickly strike him down. A duelist dead on either side.
Feeling invisible pressure there was Aspas. He had to get out like there was going to be another layer behind Koshmaris. Wasn't anything. So that at least evens it up for Heretics. Now they're going to be taking their time a bit. Look at Mazzino here. Just going to be hiding right around the corner behind that box. Him and Tex trying to use that trip as a kill trip around A if they go that way, but a pivot from Heretics. So this high-low stack, Verno Zekin. Is it going to be identified in time? Should be, you would think.
Paranoia, Paint Shell, both available.
Haunt as well.
Boombot gonna lead the way. The Haunt gonna be cleared out. And Woot splash packs up on top of the box, is able to find Zekin. And that's that nade that could have critically delayed and denied this plant from coming in out of the equation completely. Having the tuck back, go for the reload.
Where are you?
Haunt over the top as Tex tries to go scaling forward. 2 players gonna be revealed. They have him lined up, but he's only able to collect the 1 kill as Rienz will mow down the remaining 2. Heretics once again up to map point.
Another nail biter of a round. But when it comes to parity, that's when mibr tries to just split the map 2-2 and set up cheeky little trap plays. But with so much util still in the bank for Heretics, I'm not sure how I feel about that high-low setup. There's just too much to identify it and deal with it. They're able to get up on the box. There just isn't enough left in the tank. mibr gonna need to go huge here. Send us another reset. And that's at a spot out in Averno, so.
Aspas diving in, just gonna be eating some damage for free, relatively. Paranoia is gonna be exchanged. In the end, I mean, it's a stalemate. It's one that Heretics still benefit from. They maintain their positions. Now, the scale forward gonna be attempted second. Trying to just flush Woot out of this position, and you absolutely need to. Eventually will be found. 3 players on either side of Rienz. The first to arrive on the scene. Goes for the peek, looks for the kill, can't quite find it. Now we'll have to backpedal away, wait for his reinforcements to come through.
That kid's gonna be one away from a showstopper after this plant. 1 more kill. That could be the difference maker that sends us into that next reset. Got a little bit to work with here. Kashmar still has the relay bolt.
Fast lane as well. Sees and a Haunt available. Use the check close.
I'm out of here.
And no one spotted so far. Sees into the back, gonna be dodged second. Turns away at the worst possible moment though, and Kashmara's just barrel stuffs him from behind. The defuse is now being stuck. They have to scale forward. Verno dead. The round, it's gonna be over. They just stick it to completion, and Heretics gotta be wondering how in the hell they got away with that. 16-14. This Lotus, their map pick, it goes their way. But good lord, were they pushed.
Yeah, this is by the thin of it didn't go great in some moments, but it was a lot of rounds strung together at times by Heretics. Narrow margins, but they get there just barely. It felt like it was going to be dominance. It felt like we were going to be going to Ascent lickety-split, but not quite.
Well, they extend our evening. They managed to find that win, but can they do the same on Ascent? That's mibr.los' map pick coming up next. But I mentioned it before, you play a close game like that, especially on your opponent's map pick, and you fall just shy of the mark, being able to take it, that can take the wind out of your sails if you're mibr. We'll see if that's going to be the case, but for now, let's send things back over to the Deacon and the desk.
Thank you very much, guys, as it is the title defenders barely holding on in multiple overtimes, but get the job done. 16-14. Team Heretics up 1-0 over mibr.los. Welcome back to the desk, Kukuka and Big Time. And man, Lotus, 3 sites, all of a sudden when it became clutch and mibr's comeback, they just made it 1 site. It was just, we're playing on C. What you got?
Yeah, I mean, look, this is an incredibly close game. What is it about Lotus so far here at EWC? We keep going to the overtimes. It's getting crazy, but this was a great match. Back and forth. Heretics, I think they show the mark of true champions, true fantastic teams. They're able to do this where the games get close. You know, sometimes the script isn't going your way and you're still managing to get those games across the line. That's such a crucial skill. So it's easy to see why they, you know, talked about a lot. One of the favorites here coming into EWC.
And do not get me wrong, but this game was too close for how much of an advantage Team Heretics was able to get at the beginning of both of them halves. They managed to convert both of their bonuses, starting each half with a 3-0 lead, right? And I think that they had a lot of control over the first half of the map. But mibr bounced back immediately. The double duelist, extra aggressive, catching them in so many positions, making it for players like Boo, for players like Benji, even sometimes impossible to play in certain positions. Incredibly electric coming from them.
Yeah, look, if if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, you have to call it a duck.
It's asthma.
To be honest, for me, I felt like mibr were the better team here. To take it to overtime with no pistols, no bonuses, that means you're winning the majority of those gun rounds. So it's got to be heartbreaking. They do all that hard work to get it to overtime, where they really should have been favored because those are the gun rounds, and they don't get it done.
Yeah, and in terms of EWC, this is their first loss as well. We saw this with 100 Thieves earlier. What were they going to do after they got punched in the face? But that was after 100 Thieves won the first map. Here, mibr have to answer to the title defenders. Of course, that was Team Heretics' map pick. We are moving to the next map. That is mibr's pick. So anything can happen here. But again, to finally see first blood from the squad from Americas is a big deal.
It's a very big deal. Ascent is not going to be an easy map. We understand why they might have chosen it, and it's the fact that Kushmaras, as we were saying, moving on to the Phoenix, did not look very good. It might be a weakness for them. When we talk about making changes and how difficult it can be with this amount of short time, they could just go back to something that was working before. It is on Team Heretics to evaluate Neil to work from home and say, hey guys, this is what I saw, this is what you should do, this is what you should not do. And also, it is a weakness that you have exposed to the rest of the teams participating in the tournament that they will exploit. They're not new to this.
I mean, let's be real, mibr are going to pick Ascent with good reason from what we saw against All Gamers. For me, I want to see them revert, move away from this comp. I didn't like Koshmaras on the Neon, and I just didn't like their general setups. It felt like they were getting run over by Shrimp and GRQ, so I need to see them redefine that as we move forward to the next map.
Well, the teams are in the team room getting prepared for that second map, Ascent. We'll be back after these short messages. Don't go anywhere. You're watching EWC 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hi everyone, Jeannie here, and I'm joined with mibr, where we're going to be testing their synergy off the server with the classic game of who is most likely to. The rules are pretty simple. I'm going to ask you guys a question, and then you just write the name down of the player who you think is most likely to do or not do the certain thing. Which player is most likely to sleep through their alarm?
There's only one answer.
Let's pull it off, man.
All right, let's put our whiteboards up.
Oh, yes.
And who are we agreeing on? Oh,
Bruno.
dang, what'd you do?
What? Yo, what?
If it's not so obviously Verno, then I don't know who it is.
What happened with Verno?
Nothing.
No.
I ain't no snitch.
Yeah.
As I write his name on a whiteboard.
We just get the same name.
I ain't no snitch.
It just like fell with you. I just all agree on the same name.
Yeah.
All right, which player is the funniest?
Okay, we know that one too. I'm ready.
This one.
What is arriving, bro? I'm ready.
All right, 3, 2, 1.
Oh no.
What are you?
Yo, what are you doing, bro?
What is that?
What is going on?
What is that?
Yo, did you write with your left hand?
What do you write, bro? Alright.
On the case of survival, who's most likely to survive a zombie apocalypse the longest? The pudding himself.
Yeah.
Of course.
Why are you writing so much? Okay,
I'm ready.
All right, show us what you got, guys.
I have arguments as well. I think it's the same arguments as you.
Verno?
Yeah, I said Berna.
I've been waiting for this day, bro. I'm telling you.
Like,
That'd be so fun, bro.
I have arguments, but I think it's the same as you.
All right, you want to go for it?
My argument is that he's Texan. That's all.
That's how that name should be said.
That's it.
True. Yeah.
That's how that
They're
name should be
prepared
said.
for that.
Which player is most likely to become a coach? Ready, guys? Me.
I almost wrote Mazzino,
Okay.
but I feel like Verno is very like technical and like very like nerdy about certain aspects. I feel like he'd be like a good coach, you know what I mean? But honorable mention Mazzino for sure.
Who is most likely not to be a coach?
Tex.
I'd be a great coach.
No, I would say Aspas. I would say.
I would say Aspas as well.
Why
I would say Aspas as well. Because you're gonna be DMing yourself, bro. You're gonna be playing ranked yourself, bro. You're not gonna care about the team.
Bro, you will be coaching and then you will say, you out, I play.
Yeah, well, I guess we all agree on that
Your
one.
answer.
Your answer. Erasing.
Well, thank you guys so much for calling each other out and sharing some of the lore. That's it from us over here. We're going to be heading back over to the show.
Thank you.
Welcome back to EWC 2026. It is 1-0 Los Niños, Team Heretics, the reigning EWC title holders up over mibr.los. We got to take a closer look at mibr.los and their relationships, who they think between each other, who would be a best coach, who wouldn't be a great coach. And they're going to need to dig into some of that interpersonal connection, that non-verbal connection, as they're battling against Team Heretics down 1-0 in this qualification match.
You know, the one that always gets me, it's who's the funniest. In these situations, we always talk about the presence of a vibes guy. When you're building a roster, you need a guy who can be in that back room, make everybody laugh and go, hey, it's okay. We should have won that game, and it doesn't even matter. If you get two in your head, that's when these series can start to spiral. So, Verno, a lot of pressure on you there, buddy. They voted that this is your job right now.
I think that they did not necessarily have to go together. What if you're like very funny when you're in a good mood, but then on match day you shut down?
That's true. That happens. That happens. Hey, that's a bad trait. That's a bad trait to have as a player. Let's hope it's not that.
What is the vibes guy? When you think of vibes guy across your career, coaching big time, and then for you, Kukuka, in terms of casting, who are the vibe guys?
When I worked with Texture was one of the funniest guys I've ever got to work with. He's incredibly funny. So, yeah, it really does make a big difference. I feel like when you've got a vibes guy that's good, you know, you feel so resilient.
To me, the funniest caster is Pansy. She's incredibly funny. She has the most contagious laugh ever. Like, doesn't matter. Sometimes I'm walking around the studio because I'm doing something and she's casting and she starts laughing with Hypoc and I just have to stop and laugh because it is impossible not to. I think that those two, yeah.
Well, the vibes need to be high for both these squads. Team Heretics trying to punch their ticket to the playoffs and take that top seed in their title defense of the first ever VALORANT EWC title. And for mibr, this was their first loss in EWC, including qualification, trying to bounce back. If they lose this series, they still have another opportunity, but they've been so close so many times throughout this Americas season.
Yeah, I mean, very much so. And even in that first map, I felt like they were really quite the better team, but they couldn't make it happen. Heretics too solid where it counts. Now we're moving on to Ascent. As you said, this is mibr's pick, and it is a map that didn't look strong for Team Heretics. So I think that right now I'm favoring MIBR for this, but it does depend on what's changed for Heretics. Koshmaras, though, sticking with that Phoenix.
And actually, the change is going to come on the other side. And something that I wanted to mention is that, yes, MIBR did play this Ascent in the qualifier, but they still had not played it here. And based on what they had done with Lotus, it makes sense that Aspas is now going to be playing on the Waylay. They were going for the Neon Jet before, but after the prowess that we have seen from Lotus and how much he was able to get every single round, this is an absolute menace. And especially even though they're starting on the attack, I do not think that this is necessarily a bad thing. Positive for Heretics today, to me, is the fact that they kept the cool. They were pushed onto overtime, and I saw a Wood that was able to perform under that kind of pressure. Will they be able to close it in too? Because MIBR is not going to make it any easy for them.
Final thoughts, Big Time?
Yeah, I mean, for me, I want to see a step up from Koshmaras. When we've seen him not on this Neon, it was disappointing. If they're going to get this done in 2, I'm putting in a lot of weight on his shoulders to be able to convert here. He's going to have a very important job. Aspas is going to be getting that operator out, especially in that second half. The flashes will be everything to deny him that space, and he has to snowball those ultimates when he can't have that movement ability. So, for me, I want to see a big, big performance from him.
In terms of the duelists, that's where the difference will be. It is Waylay and Neon for the side of mibr.los. It is Jet and Phoenix for the side of Team Heretics. Koshmaras still waiting to have that marquee moment. Hasn't had the pop-off yet, but we've seen that happen by many duelists on the Phoenix here at Ascent throughout EWC. Let's see what happens here as we send it back on over to our casters, Achilles and Paper Thin.
Heretics, they have the upper hand. They take that opening map. Grueling, yes, but they managed to secure it 16-14. As the desk was talking about, this is going to be a big test for them if they want to get it done in 2. Our eyes have to go to the duelists in Woot and Koshmaras to try to see if they can continue to deliver.
Yeah, I mean, it's to me, it's not just those two. It's the game plan in general here for Heretics. They got pretty easily dispatched by AG on this map, so everything's just got to click a little bit better. And yeah, sure, Koshmaras and Woot, you want to get more value out of them. Benji did not have a great map. It was just kind of an all-around discombobulated looking Heretics. They just never really found their footing from the get-go. Both pistols went ag.al's way. So if they could start off on the right foot here, like they did on Lotus, getting both pistols, and who knows, maybe converting yet another bonus, feels like that could be necessary. They're going to take this 2-0. Right, a little bit of a different look. And that's a great opener for Woot.
That's a fantastic one. Verno dead. Dash to the other side, refaces forward, finds Aspas immediately. And right now, Heretics, they're looking to go 3 for 3 on pistols. Mazzino eating some damage, eating a bullet. Rienz is able to find that kill. And this crunch into mid. It's got Heretics written all over it. Zakin just going to be shock darted down. Takes Benji with him. Will stop this from being a flawless, but now it's just Tex deep on a flank. But all angles are being watched.
Yeah, you wouldn't think that there's much Tex can do in this scenario. He's going to try and take his time. Maybe even talk a little bit about what's going on with the team. Just a nice setup, a good read early from Heretics. Woot, get the spot on him here relatively shortly.
I've seen a bit of the cape there. Either way, Woot is dialed in. 3 kills for him to start on the Jet. Knives will be online very quickly. And it is yet another pistol into the hands of Heretics as they're going to look for just perfection when it comes down to bonus conversion at this point.
For sure. And this time, begins on the back of Woot. Gets a quarter of the kills in this round that he got all of against ag.al on Ascent. They played the other day. So, hot start, but just a really good read. And that's a great curveball there set up to catch Aspas, knowing that somebody might have had drifted around that angle already. Couple Bulldogs. Woot with a Judge. Koshmaras with a Guardian. Doing a little bit of spam.
Mazzino is absolutely been lit up. Second pushing forward is going to be able to find the one. Koshmaras, however, has that Guardian in hand. Matches the enemy Neon. Benji Fishy still here to anchor the site. Does need some assistance, but Mars able to find another as Verno will fall. A gun going to be collected, but it's just 8 HP on Ospas to try to make a use of that. And Tex, yep, not much more you could have done there. Frostboss, any damage is going to be good damage. He will be able to find the one. Kashmars will fall. We'll collect it. And Bulldogs to be carried over, perhaps the Guardians as well, depending on the swaps decided. But the defuse is in, and Heretics will start things off 2-0.
Yeah, they've got some good coverage here. Do Heretics at the front of the site, but I think it's a little bit worrying that still MIBR are able to find some way forward and even get into the plant, drop some guns. So all things considered, a pretty nice eco for MIBR. And Zekin wins a duel against a Ghost there, and then things just kind of crumble one by one. And just enough in the tank still. So you're going to grab a Guardian. Otherwise, just a couple pistols. Actually, Rien's upgrades to a Phantom here. There's a little bit of cash still, so... Oh. Maybe passes it over to Kashmaris. And a Bucky for Woot. Last second swap there.
He's got the Sheriff as well. Longer range engagements. He has been hitting with it, so don't blame him for saying, yeah, well, you take the Guardian. Boo, rather.
Yeah, Boo, for sure.
Brain fade for a moment. Is drone out. Just going to be spotting out one. Zekin potentially pushing forward towards this Bucky.
Should be noted, Verno did grab an Odin here, too. So, post-plant annoyance for MIBR if they can get there. Ian's going to counter with a drone. Tex going to be identified.
Backpedaling away, now going to get caught by the curveball, and he's able to find both. Benji and Kashmaris both just not quite able to clear that corner together. So Tex takes minor damage, is able to find that kill, but it's still a damn good shot from Rien's. Even just to get the one. Not looking well suited to go ahead and convert this bonus, but credit where it's due. The door's shut, footsteps being made. We will just look to weaken this, clear it out. Silently repositions back towards Alley alongside Woot. That one's been burned, so it doesn't really have an easy way to try to close a gap, so we'll just swap over to the Sheriff. Looking for a target, but Ozpot's dialed in on the angle. Has it ready to go. Now it's just down to Boo. Try to see if he can find some more damage, and he does. Clean one tap, and Boo, you can't be doing it again. They haven't gotten an anti-bonus yet. Time is going to be gone here for Boo, but he could absolutely take all of the guns out of their hands. Or at least one more. Here's Verno, who's going to try to run him down. Pre-fire will go through. The headshot will connect, and MIBR will get themselves on board in round 3, but still ends up being quite costly.
I'm pretty sure that Kashmaris threw his hot hands and not a curveball around that corner when they tried to swing.
How'd he done?
Watch it again, if they show it in the replay. No.
Nope.
Darn it.
You know what? You're
because
right.
it was an overhand throw.
Oh.
And I think he might have, I don't know if that's intentional or not. Hard to say. You know, you never know if they just assumed that Tex was going to beeline it back and that they were going to catch him.
Have to scrub it back on the Vaughn. Give it an investigation after this round, perhaps. A dive in. Kashmar's going to be eating quite a bit of damage. And Shorty just can't quite confirm the kill. Clear the trip. Kashmar's now going to be realizing that he is surrounded. Could just tap the door switch. Prevent that flank from coming through, but for now we'll leave it open. And yeah, did get the spot out. Knows that Mazzino had scaled forward. Can he win this fight? The answer is no. Mazzino clean on the reapproach. Swings out of the smoke. Takes down the enemy Phoenix. Swoot now on the arrival. Has the op in hand. Quick peeks. Finds Ospas. Tex now going to be taken down as well as Boo. Holding his own at hell. Gets himself a second. Another backstab is in from Benji. And Heretics move up 3-1.
Oh, what a retake here from Heretics. The push and the pull. So good. And the instant shot from Woot, who has been really on point so far here on Ascent. That is insane. And the rest of the team just working in conjunction. And Boo, another big double kill. Absolutely ridiculous. That means you're going to be able to push MIBR onto a very weak buy. Aspas going to have the hero rifle. Was I right?
We'll go over that in a moment. I did scrub back through the video. It's a little bit of a yes and no.
Oh, okay.
And second for now, going to be contained, not wanting to push out of this cage blind. Recon as well, layered just to further keep them in position. And now the Molly layered in, and this has just been such a clean slam of the door,
Whoa.
but clean shot from Aspas, finding Woot, getting rid of that operator. However, the kills in reply, gonna be looking damn good! As Benji Fishy tries to find the 4K, he cannot, but Verno just down to 5 HP. Players given an opportunity to get into closer proximity before the plant can come in. And this stops Verno from really even being able to try to play the clock. For ball not to connect. They know that he's just boxed in.
About the last player I'd want to be going up against in this clutch, though. How good he's been here in Paris.
You know he can be capable of it, but Kushmaris just has the timing. The swing out, and 4-1. Heretics looking significantly stronger here on Ascent compared to their last outing.
For sure, and just really good ideas on how to hold these quick B hits. Even though you lose that op early to Aspas, Benji Fishy knows exactly what he needs to do. Second layer there. Able to get 3 kills, almost had the 4th, but was dropping down, and the aim was a little bit wonky.
To go back to it, was a curveball to go for the approach into lobby, and then didn't really register how far forward the player was, so he then said the hot hands.
He had the ping on him.
A little bit of miscommunication. Either way, Heretics gonna look to just shrug that off as, oh, good God, it's a leg shot onto Zekin, and then a tailwind forward. Big fat finger, and Koshmaris now falling into very much the same trap, trying to scale forward. Benji Fishy, however, off that neural theft reveal, will be able to find Tex.
Ooh.
Tripwire, locking Aspas down in position. He's at 1 HP. Throwing the check, Mazzino gonna be revealed up close. No, ping doesn't go through. Actually clears that a little bit faster, but now... I think that was Tex's neural. Benji just got him on the spray. Here we go. Either way, Aspas gonna be finished off. It's Verno and Mazzino now to try to clutch us out. The door shut, the shock dart just a little bit late. Verno not gonna be taking any damage from that.
Who's got his ult? I wouldn't mind seeing a reposition, but or at least a check towards main. Just gonna go for it.
If he's across into the smoke. The door now broken. Verno going to be put under some more pressure here from behind, but there's the reveal, and he's got him wall banged out with the Odin. So the one player's position. They have to try to clear these. The tap of the defuse, the swing around from the back. It's going to be Mazzino out from main. In fact, to be able to find those kills. mibr scraping by with the win. They managed to move up to 2.
Able to hold the line there nicely. A really well-timed recon dart. Verno so important in those scenarios. Has so much util left. And he can identify what's going on, even with that player disadvantage. Looked like maybe it was going to be an opportunity again for Heretics to get the retake to go. At recon dart, the spot. You've got the Odin. You can drone out there as well. And Heretics is left trying to figure out which angle they need to fight.
We're looking for a crunch here. Woot just going to be contained into the corner, but there's the reveal, and Koshmaris is able to find one. Woot looking for a little bit more, gets Verno. The updraft, the check, turn to the side. Zekin is there, lying in wait, finds that kill, but Koshmaris gets the fadeaway right click. Connects to the skull of Aspas. So far, so very good for Heretics.
I love the confidence from this Heretics team today.
I have retrieved the
Willing
spike.
to take these aggressive fights.
Oh, and to not just back out. Took so long for that recon to come through. Which is eating damage, but he stays statuesque. In position. It's rewarded for it. The reapproach around the back. Benji Fishy here. Waiting. Killing. Finds the first. Finds the second. It's clean taps. It's a clean round. Just Woot dead. Every time mibr try to take a step forward, they are shoved back.
And now, starting to see a little bit of stress from Mazzino. See, he's trying to figure out what is going on. They've been making some good reads here today. Nice work off of that Blade Storm, too. There's going to be that timeout. Fraud needs to get in there. get some more rounds out of this attacker side. Sure, it's Ascent. No, but with that Waylay Neon, certainly feel like I would assume that in scrims, your attack side goes relatively well more often than not. So you need to correct course quickly. Figure out how you can get some more value. So far, some of these dives from Aspas, the positioning from Heretics, especially on that B site, has been really, really good at shutting him down, not giving him opportunities to really get value. You know, you saw it a lot on Lotus where almost every time his initial dive was just like an info gather, but here they're a little more hard committing on some of these executes. And Heretics has, more often than not, stood up to the test. Benji Fishy, phenomenal start for him. 9-5 has been a nightmare to deal with on this B site. Right around that corner off of the ledge. It's gotten a lot of kills there. As players try to break out through the choke. Oh.
Sound of the open. Looking to try to track that one down. The re-peek from Woot. It's a fast adjustment to find Tex as well. Verno dead, and this timeout is not going to lead to a damn thing. The dash, the refract already burnt. What are you meant to do with a shorty? Grab of the orb. Consideration of swapping the weaponry here. See if Aspas can find anything else on the floor.
He's chuckling a bit. He knows he's got to get in there and die and get his ult.
DP to Wine. Dialed in on that angle, and it's another 1-2 punch from Woot. A flawless round as he picks up the 4K, and Team Heretics maintain dominance.
I just love it when Woot starts to heat up. He is so clean. Like that second shot he had at the door of A here was this, not this
great.
one. Not this one.
Calls to the omens there, and he
Bang.
goes, oh, hey, real quick, let me grab that.
So sick. Started with the pistol. He's kept that momentum.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel you, Zekin. We saw it. It was pretty good.
When I think of Woot, I still think back to Master Shanghai, some of the stuff that he was doing.
Yeah.
When he was, you know, they had a fill-in.
Right.
They had Patatek subbing with them.
And Woot was going absolutely crazy.
Who was that player that you were so very terrified of? Didn't look this way the last time they played this map, but right now, it looks like he has refound that form.
Look at the coordination. It's so well drilled today for Heretics.
Thrown over the top. Not necessarily. Oh, there it is. There's a spot out. Surely Rien's noticed. Absolutely has it now. The recon over the top going to be cleared. Kosmaris more than happy to make his presence known on this side. Try to prevent that swing through. Rien's alive.
Heretics going for the concave contain. Casino did get the spot out of Benji Fish. A little bit of damage.
A little bit, but run it back, going to be sent. Zeno will be able to strike him down. Paranoia over towards Benji's side. Kosmaris, however, just refaces forward. And Zeno was not ready for it. Verno now dead, second gone. Kosmaris finds himself a second. Aspas will refract back over onto Cat, but this is completely contained. Nowhere to go. No way to fight back.
I mean, the way that the Heretics right now are playing off of each other, easily able to adjust from that tough loss to ag.al the other day on this very map. I mean, it's all about the timing and the coordination. Like they're using their utility to play off each other. Started with the recon dart into the setup for Woot. Then you're going to use that ult to get Mazzino in a bad position where even if he paranoias Benji Fishy, Kosmaris is there to make sure that he can't go any further forward. Just all those little duo plays that are in sync today for Team Heretics.
Knockdart finds Mazzino down to 60. Trying to clear these trips, but not on this main position. Second with that Stinger in range. Still going to be able to out-duel Rienz, but Benji still here, still present. Chases forward, clears that drone. As the counter spam here from Kosmaris, still going to be rewarded. Silently repositions, doesn't have the util to try to heal himself back up, but it just doesn't feel like it matters at all. So much damage dealt, the weaponry not there for mibr. So Aspas now dead. Kosmaris refaces, looks to try to just get that double spray down, but the Tex will be able to find one more. Just a matter of time, and yep, will be Boo. Out from Alley. Come away with the kill. And MIBR, I think you have to call that second time out. It's a tough pill to swallow. But the team right now, they are drowning.
They need a life raft. No doubt about it. This time they try something a little bit different. Send Zekken out first. And even though he's able to find one, Benji, with a cheeky little maneuver around his cyber cage, able to find the kill onto him, and the rest of the team is gummed up trying to get out of that choke. Because Heretics has a couple other players there. Like to see something behind this convergent pass from Aspas. He's been sitting on this for a couple rounds. Verno went away. Tex went away.
No life raft, though.
Well, you got to inflate it.
They might need the whole Coast Guard at this point to try to rescue them. See if they can get it done. Like you say, a lot of these ultimates just on the cusp of being available. Faceboard. There goes one of the ults that you got. Who just absolutely bodies Aspas there at Tree.
That was incredible.
Flash not really going to be connecting, but Boo again, rephased. They're just playing off each other. You peek in, you bait, I swing, I kill. Verno, burnt down to 60, just trying to go on this approach. And what real space have you taken? None. It's all lost. The spike now on the floor. Clean shot from Tex. Credit where it's due, but this is still such a steep uphill climb that they have to make. Rien's already inserting here behind on this flank. Might can be grabbed up, but yeah, how are you meant to get to the site? You're not at all. Rien's will not allow it. Heretics. They get themselves a 9th round win. Looking to make this 10-2 at the half.
Well, the life raft has holes in it, and unlike the cartoons, does not make it go faster.
Oh, this is like when they pull a parachute and an anvil flies out of it instead.
Exactly.
They're just sinking.
It is incredible, though. But you hit the nail on the head, man. And the thing that I've been seeing this whole map is the coordination with the players. The push and the pull, the bait and switches. It's been so good. All right, this convergent pass. Oh, if Boo could bait this, I think he knows. He could TP out of it, but they're not going to rip it. I like the attempt. Boo's got the flow of the game.
The reposition. Aspas, yeah, he will be sending this, but Woot's already got a shot off. Zekken is dead. One of the tips of the spear already broken. The refract is out. Molly over towards main. Kashmaris, that's just the ult. They can't find a kill. Tex contained by this trip. Woot still dialed in on the angle. And will be once that smoke does fall. Kashmaris is able to find Aspas. And at the moment, MIBR just feels like they can do absolutely nothing right. Heretics have their number at every twist and turn. 10-2 on MIBR's map pick.
What a glow up since we last saw them on this map just 2 days ago. Everything looking so much better. Now, to be fair, we didn't get to see much of their defender side against ag.al because it ended relatively quickly. But they're able to correct so much in such a short amount of time. And going over to this attacker side, if they've made similar adjustments, then they're sending MIBR packing. And they're sending themselves into the playoffs.
I mean, at this rate, given that all of the pistols have gone the way of Team Heretics, and for the analyst desk, if you're still in the green room listening to this, you might as well just come back out here because I think you're going to be on pretty damn quickly.
We'll see. We'll see. I'm not counting the chickens just yet. They haven't hatched, but
you got to count the chickens that MIBR don't have. They have 2 chickens.
Oh, we're starting backwards.
That's not a lot of chickens.
It's better than none. It is a set, man. I'm holding out a little bit of hope. I'll be the good cop here to your bad cop in this one. I'm still holding on hope.
Okay.
Not really, but you know, for the fans,
I think they need to make this 10-9 for me to start believing.
Oh, okay.
So it needs to be.
They got to string it together.
Yeah, it needs to be the next 7 rounds consecutively.
Okay.
Otherwise, I think this is going to end up being an incredibly fast series. I mean, the overtime aside, an incredibly fast series compared to what we fully anticipated coming into this.
I'm blown away. I thought after that overtime on Lotus, I'm like, oh, we're going to 3 maps for sure.
Well, after how Heretics played this map versus ag.al.
Right.
All signs are pointing towards Breeze. Bonus is on mibr. Get us pointed in that direction yet again.
Certainly. And there's been some weird moments for them. I don't feel like they're as well coordinated here on Ascent. Like, on that last round when they use the convergent paths, it feels like somebody's peeking maybe onto Woot when they shouldn't be. And then Aspas is trying to dive in and Verno's body blocking him. Just some really kind of uncomfortable moments where it feels like today, whatever juice that mibr had against GE drained out of the cup. They're going to try something a little bit similar, a mid-crunch, but it's from a different area.
Upper runneth empty. See if they can find something here off this, but it's a full flash connecting on to Aspas, and he's completely alone and isolated at bench. Second now trying to peel back some of that pressure. It's a clean shot to the back of the skull to take down Koshmaris. Damage dealt here on both sides. It's Verno looking for the swing out, but Woot at the same time able to find Zekin. Verno out backpedaling away. Woot dashes over and just mows both players down in market.
What?
Now just similar scenes as Verno. Isolated and alone, but this time he's on the defending side. And they can just run away from him, and that's exactly what they're doing. He will be able to somewhat quickly match this pace. Dirting his way back through the defender's spawn.
Want to see a good crossfire setup here. Don't give him the 1v1s, although they're going to send Riens for a late lurk, it looks like.
A double check around in mid, make sure that that's going to be covered. You still have the trip, preventing him from scaling down into tree. This really isolates the options. So he's got that covered. You can just keep the 2 players at main.
Revealing area.
Con the check below, no one there at hell. But now they have the information, so Riens can get clustered. And he can get that util ready to fly. The time already bleeding away. Clears the recon, doesn't know which way they're going to be coming from, and Boo will be able to take him down. That is all 4 pistols in the hands of Heretics, and they are 2 rounds away from advancing forward and knocking mibr down a peg.
Yeah, I mean, it looked like there's some pretty decent ideas here from mibr, but, they have that paranoia ready to tee up Zekin, who's able to rush quickly, but they're not really able to get there in time to do much to help Aspas because there's a great flash out of the smoke. Leaves him out to dry. 6 kills is the most anybody has on mibr.los right now. And there's 4 players with that number. Zekin can't find the 7th.
Aspas does get the scale off of this, but Blazewall looks to try to keep him contained. The face forward, it's going to be a good amount of damage found on the Riens. Otherwise, gets away with a decent amount of health remaining.
Should be noted, there is the buy-up.
Of course.
Cover going out.
Stingers, as you would expect, given the scoreline. Kind of necessary.
Oh, I mean, if you don't go for force buy here, you don't want to win.
No, exactly.
And Drone getting the spot out, won't be able to make its way over to Wine to fully clear that angle. So recon does get sent. I now know that it's not occupied.
So much info on this map as Heretics. Oh, your flanks are going to be relatively clear.
Free fire attempt into the saturate, but it's going to be Koshmaris able to find one. Another backstep from Benji Fishy, striking as Mazzino will fall. Just trying to reinforce. Aspas just trying to give him some assistance, but they've given it all up. A-side prime for the taking. As it's Verno and Tex with 2 stingers to try to make anything happen.
Cage triggered.
The door broken, a spot on the 1. Boot just pre-fires the cage, and they will both be found. Sight not necessary. Team Heretics are up to match point.
We're certainly seeing the best that Heretics has to offer today. It is peak right now on a set. And all of a sudden you went from thinking this might be a map that you could pick against this team to try to prey onto their weaknesses. No. They are not weak here at all. They are sturdy as all hell, to say the least. This is dominance on display. Aspas with a Guardian, bunch of stingers, Zekin on a Sheriff.
And I think a lot of the concerns about Kashmaris having a rougher time when he's not playing the Neon, they're going to get squashed a little bit after this one.
Said some nice stuff with the Phoenix.
He is right there alongside Woot. He's been playing in tandem with his teammates, setting them up for success.
Exactly. Exactly. That's what's been so impressive. It's every time he's making moves, there's somebody else there with him to play off of it.
Osbos. Oh, this angle is being watched. And he is just offered up on a silver platter. Rien's feasting, finding the opening kill. 3 stingers and a share, 4 players. When mibr.los that now need to be the difference makers.
Wonder what the idea behind this setup at B is if Team Heretics walks through it. A drone mid, not see a damn thing. Trip on the floor. Sova ready with the recon. Maybe looking for a timing hit and run, and then you can play off that trip behind it.
Ball to the corner. Shock dart into the cage. Kuzma's going to be able to find one. Verno overwhelms the other. Gets himself a second elimination. Doing his damnedest. He's giving Zekin and Mazzino a chance. Moderate lifeline as the plant will come through. Fastlane going to be sent, and yep, it's just going to be a spray down yet again as Boonerians find the final shots. 13-2, absolute domination from Team Heretics. They will advance onward, putting mibr.los now at risk of elimination. Heretics want that back-to-back trophy.
I mean, you have to love what you saw from Heretics today. The resilience and the tenacity on Lotus to hang with mibr.los when they punched back and sent it to overtime and still get the win. And then here on Ascent to completely right the wrongs they had against ag.al and to dominate 13-2. That is the stuff that makes you really start to think they could be going back-to-back.
A terrifying performance and one that should strike fear into the hearts of all the other teams that might yet get to face them in the future. If Woot is going to be able to find that consistency on the Jet, if Kashmaris is going to be able to do the same on Phoenix, this is a terrifying prospect for all of those who may yet face Team Heretics here at EWC. But it's a big performance from everyone across the board. Benji with his moments, Rien's of course looking dominant, but Boo as well. Sometimes a player under a bit of scrutiny. He absolutely delivered. He guided his team to the victory. And now to break it all down, I'll send it back over to Digon and the desk.
Maybe a bit anticlimactic, but very emphatic. It is the title holders moving on to the playoffs. Team Heretics takes care of business against mibr.los in a dominant fashion. As we are setting ourselves up for an interview with one of the members from Team Heretics, Digon here alongside Kukuka and Big Time. That was Achilles and Paper Thin on the cast, and a great one as well, but one of the shortest ones we've had so far.
We had different ideas going into this Ascent. Definitely Heretics learned from the last time that they played Ascent. What performance coming in for Wood. I know that we could see it definitely at the end of that first map, at the end of Lotus, but the fact that he is able to translate it into the Jet performance that we've just seen on Ascent, amazing. A 13-2 against mibr. Many of those, they didn't stand a chance. The way that the Heretics was holding the positions and not giving them anything was insane.
I mean, that's the big thing for me. Yes, they were amazing individual performances, but I think the game plan was so solid. You saw how dominant that defender side was, 10-2. Only one of those rounds was won through defuse, because what would happen is they force out Aspas' refract and they hold the chokes. There's no way to break it after that, and mibr could not find the answer. Lovely work from the backroom staff there of Team Heretics, really showing their worth.
All right, it sounds like one of our interviews will be ready very, very soon with Boo and Gennaro. And Boo had himself a fantastic performance there, Big Time.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. That's exactly what I'm talking about. I think the ag.als are often the most overlooked. We talk about this time and time again. Boo has had his fair share of criticism in the past, but I think he's able to hold his own individually, especially in this tournament, and his game plan was spot on today.
All right, now that interview is ready. Let's send it on over to Gennaro, standing by with the victorious Boo.
Thank you, Digon. Boo, that was a phenomenal performance that we've just seen. 13-2 against mibr on their own map pick. Were you surprised when they saw they picked Ascent against you, considering your win rates in VCT EMEA?
I mean, maybe not surprised. We just realized that they thought maybe it's our weakness because we lost it before to all gamers, but it's not. We are comfortable on the map, and I'm happy they picked it because we got to play defense first, which is always a delightful thing, you know.
I would see that in the scoreline as well. You guys really did not let them breathe at all. But in general, when we're looking at the performance from Heretic's side of things, it has been quite solid over the last 2 games that we've seen. You're now qualified as well to head into that playoffs bracket. So one step closer to defending your title. Was this the expectations you've had coming into this, considering how Masters London had gone?
I think our expectations for the tournament was to repair the damage that we did in London. I mean, okay, it sounds maybe brutal, but I think in London we overworked, we focused on the wrong things, and this tournament was meant to get back on track and then see, you know, the results here are like a benchmark. Are we doing it well or not? I think so far we're doing it well. And yeah, I mean, we know we can win. I think others know that we can win. They can see from the games. So yeah, I think we're just gonna play it game by game, same boring stuff as always.
Stuff as always, but it's working this time around. So I'm happy to hear as well that you're looking at improvements considering how Masters London went, then bringing that improvements into EWC. So looking forward at the playoffs, looking at the fact that you've already qualified, is there anything in particular that you feel like you still have to really focus on once you're on that stage in front of the crowd?
Yes, I mean, micro and comms between us. You can never be too perfect on those things. Like those things that matter, those things win, you know, the overtimes on 5th map and stuff like that. That's our main focus because it has been our weakness in London. It is something that we're not sometimes struggling on scrims as well. So that would be the thing we focus on the most. And in terms of macro, we are smart, we know what to do, but it just, once I call something, we need to execute it. That's the main part.
Well, thank you so much for the insight and congratulations again on winning and going to that main stage. That's it from us over here. We're going to be heading back over to the desk, so Digon, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ginny. As you know, something I like that Boo said there was in London, it wasn't a lack of the effort. It was the incorrect preparation, and that truly led us to our downfall. And here is the benchmark of the work since then, and we've focused on the right things, and now it's clearly starting to show.
It's difficult to be Team Heretics. It is difficult to be one of the teams that has been, you know, at the top of the Valorant scene for so long because the path has not been written. There is not a clear structure that you have to follow on how to progress once you've been together for 3 years. How do you keep improving? How can you go over and surpass the performances the new youngsters are coming, that the new metas are bringing from each corner of the world? That is one of the questions that Team Heretics had to answer for London. Couldn't find it, but it's so good to see that Boo is aware of it, that they have spoken about it. Also, super happy to see that cheeky smile when he's like, oh, it's nice to start on the defense on a set.
Yeah. I mean, for me, I think I love how honest he was where he said, you know, we overdid it in London. We overworked ourselves. They used that prep time and they trained a little bit too hard, pushed themselves so that they weren't ready for that when they came. So you can see the levity in their gameplay here today. See them having fun, shouting on that stage, and that's when this young squad is going to be at the best.
All right, well, it is a victory here for Team Heretics. And again, it was just so dominant, given how close that first map was, that it was surprising. And another example of a map pick getting turned around on its head for mibr.los. Things to build on from that first one, really a throwaway kind of map here in map 2 as they go on to the elimination match.
Yeah, I mean, I think they were outclassed from a macro perspective on this one. They're going to watch this game back, and it's going to be immediately obvious what they should change. So yes, that's good to find out.
The pistols.
But I mean,
Is it the pistols?
I mean, the pistols are a part of it for sure.
The pistols are a part of it.
They won't be pleased about that. But ultimately, I think they do have to take that back to the drawing board. They do have to redefine how they want to look at this map and get ready to move forward to that decided game. They're not out yet. One more chance for them, but they need to recapture that magic that we saw from them in their opening series against Global, not this one against Heretics.
I think that the Lotus is what they need to take out of this match. Yes, they didn't win it, but they were incredibly close. If they were not for the pistols and the bonuses, do not get in your head. I don't know if it was because they got too confident because of the win that they had against Global Esports, being like, if this is the form that we're going to bring and this is what we're going to be finding in the tournament, it's going to be an easy walk in the park. I doubt that that is the case, but I think that we all hope that this is an mibr that bounces back incredibly quick, because it'd be kind of sad not having them in playoffs.
Yeah, it would be very difficult for them to have such a flawless run in Americas in terms of the qualifiers, and then stunt on out. They will play the winner of ag.al and Global Esports, and Global Esports decided to wake up, won a couple of rounds there, and making it despite being down 1-0 against ag.al. That will be tomorrow's elimination match for mibr. But we've got an elimination match right now. Rorgar and the rest of XLG going up against G2. We'll have that and set that up for you in just a bit.
Door goes down, door goes up. Door goes down, door goes up, door goes down, door goes up, door goes down. Oh, shit.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Hello everybody, Achilles here. I am with WS Leo from XLG. Now, we of course, at Masters London, which you were just competing at, had this new map, Summit, unveiled. When you're playing the defender side, especially, you really have to fight forward and not allow for, easy takes at the sites and whatnot. Yeah. So like, it feels like it's going to be a very rough time for defenders to try to, get back onto the site.
Maybe defender need to get more space after attacker side plant a bomb. Maybe you should like push from middle and maybe attack them from behind and like get more space as you can.
So if we can go over to the sites, one of the other things that I'm very curious about seeing with a lot of the players is your best spike plant setup is going to be. So we'll start here on the B side. So imagine you're playing from the attacker side. Where do you think he's going to give you the most advantage to be able to defend the spike?
Plant like here.
Just outside the box. So you have to inch in a little bit more.
So actually you can defend from this angle, you can hold from this angle, or you can even take here, and also you have left lurker here. You can also see bomb here, and if you want to push, if they didn't break the door, you can also like shoot from here, and you caught the half of the radius of the spike, so then you can only defuse like from here, this angle.
Do you see this being like double controller map, double duelist map, double initiator, or maybe something completely different, triple initiator?
Maybe 2 smokes, because you see it's very separate. It's very big map. B side cannot help A side guys, so I think 2 smoke will like get more time for your team to help.
Because so far, I'd say B site, most people have come up with the same ideas. A site, I've gotten completely different answers. So obviously, it's just this small L bend. Where do you think is the best place to plant the spike?
Most of player might be planting here for safe plan, but I think most valuable plan might be here, because you see this angle can only be hold like here. It's very bad plan, I say. So maybe you plan it like here and make your team like maybe keep pushing till CG.
Okay.
Like, so you can have this angle, and you can also have sight, so you get more space. Win rate is more higher, I think.
I think that just about does it. Leo, thank you so much for joining me for this one. Best of luck here at EWC as well as in Stage 2. And can't wait to see XLG back on another global stage.
Thank you very much.
That's it from us. Thank you, guys.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup 2026 Valorant. We have qualified one of the squads on in today in Team Heretics, and now we move on over to Group C, where we have one of the most anticipated rematches from Masters London. Yeah. It is the champions of America up against XLG. G2 and XLG going head to head. And this was one of those iconic moments. Now it's going to be a meme that lives on forever in Valorant lore and in esports lore. G2, they get the draw, they get to select XLG, and they promptly get bodied by XLG, bounced from Masters London. And they won't underestimate their opponents today.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's infamous at this point. It's hard not to talk about it. Thank you to the scriptwriters of EWC for letting us get this matchup. Very, very pleased with that because, my goodness, G2 are going to want to be able to run this back. And, I mean, I can't wait for this game. I'm so happy we got to cover this game. I am excited because not only are these two very good teams, we're going to get to see a very high level of Valorant here, but there's going to be a lot of mind games and a lot else at stake here.
I don't blame them. Seriously, like if you look at the record that they had already played against XLG in a couple of global events before. They had beat them without problem. The Chinese region was not looking very strong. Everything pointed at that being the easiest path for G2. Apparently to go home and not to continue in the tournament. But it is EWC. It hasn't been that long, but we have gotten to see different faces from the teams. Yes, they are coming off of a loss. At the end of the day, the first match was all about qualifying and getting onto that big stage. But here is about survival. So this rematch is happening when the stakes are the highest.
Yeah, and of course, G2 played Nongshim Red Force earlier in a tight 3-map series. They ended up falling short and now find themselves up against the wall yet again here at the Esports World Cup with Jog, Leaf, Valen, Trent, and our former co-caster, co-analyst, greatest story in esports, but he's got to start winning, and Baby Bay coming together with the America's champion.
Look, we'd love to see him do well. I think this team can be a little bit more, Matt. You love them or you hate them. They're not afraid to be those villains there, but ultimately, I think they still have a lot of fans there who would like to see them upset the script, get the wins a day, and rewrite what happened to them over in London.
I think that Nongshim was just a force to be reckoned with. What I like about G2 is that they always keep it real. Like, they're going to be honest and they're going to always admit to their mistakes. That is one of the reasons why they're always able to bounce back harder. Now, the big question is, can they do it against a team that they thought no much of an opponent until not that long ago?
Yeah, well, we're going to get to hear from them right now in terms of how they got here to EWC. That's Road to EWC, G2.
It all started at EWC. I got asked by G2, like, hey, you think you still got it? And I was literally working the event there. Leaf was in the hospital during that time, so I subbed in for him. And then moving forward to this year, it just made sense for everyone, you know, that I would be a player because of the impact that I had on the guys and everything like that. It's a crazy story. Working the event, I basically get my tryout at the event, and now I'm playing in the event. I don't know if anyone else at EWC has done this yet, that worked talent and then played in the event the next year, but hey, we're making history here, so.
My first impression of Baby Bay was this guy is a party animal, disaster, but like, we tamed the beast and now he's locked. Every time we come to a tournament, we have a chance to win, just like everyone else. This time around, you're gonna see some unique compositions. Maybe Baby Bay activated more. The way G2 is going to win this tournament is throughout flair and flashy plays. I think we've switched up a lot of our dynamics from Masters, and we're going to come in here full confidence, just doing absolute crazy work on the server. This time, we're just trying to dumb down our game a little bit and just play together. Just play fucking together.
When I was watching all these games last year as a caster, I swear I can beat these guys, you know? I swear, I know I can beat these guys. Like, I always had that confidence there, but as soon as I stepped on that stage, played my first match, I just knew, okay, I'm here. I've done this a million times before. There's no way to know what my future holds. It's been so crazy already. I went from being a caster to being a pro within like a 1.5 year span. Literally pro on like one of the best teams in North America. Crush people's little medal that they have. That's gonna be so fun because I got to see it as a spectator, you know, and it didn't like mean anything to me per se. Like, I don't want any team to crush mine, you know, like I want to crush theirs.
Again, one of the greatest stories in esports. After being out for a 1.5 years, comes back on in, wins Americas multiple times. Now looking for that international stage success, RG2. And standing in the way is XLG, the team that felled them first over at Masters London and surprised everyone, given the fact that XLG just qualified on in from VCT China Ascension last year, and then that was a lot of the intro to the world on an international stage for this squad when they qualified.
Look, I think this is a team that I've always been able to do well domestically over in that CN region, but then when they went international, they couldn't find that confidence. That was always the story. You would talk to Raga and he would go, yeah, I'm not that good. I'm fine. I'm not the best duelist ever, and you know, that is what it is. And it's like, get some confidence. Then in London, we see that confidence start to come into play. You see them not only get out of the group, they manage a top 6 finish, which is incredible for this roster, and part of that was, of course, taking down G2. G2, I don't think will be underestimating their opponents this time. They know full well the power of XLG.
And on this new era of Chinese teams where EDG is struggling to stay on top, we have an all gamers battling all the way throughout. We have an XLG that keeps improving their placements in every single one of the global events that they attend. They start to get very, very scary. One thing that I love about G2 is the fact that although there's a lot of teams in Valorant that suffer from success, like you can attribute what happened yesterday to PaperX on that side. Oh, we're jumping straight onto the maps, and Lotus is going to be the first one. Psychological warfare here.
Look, Lotus is interesting. XLG were so well known for that patented triple sentinel comp. Here, we've seen them change over at EWC. It's a very different approach. This is the kind of thing we see more from PaperX, that raise over here on the side of G2. They'll be sticking with that Viper, a much more control, slower focus of composition that suits these guys right down to the ground here.
Yeah, exactly. No Sky this time around. Also implementing the Vice, another team that does not include the Viper on their lineup here for Lotus. It wouldn't be the first time that XLG surprises with something, but obviously, as Big Time was saying, after not having the triple sentinel, it did not look good, and it looks like this one is only going to be harder.
We kick things off with Lotus. We'll go to Breeze, then Fracture if a decider is needed. G2 and XLG playing for their Esports World Cup Valorant lives. Only one will move on to the decider match tomorrow. Let's get into it with the picture of a man. It's Mitchman and Tom.
A picture of a man the people at home can't see, but it was a picture of a goddamn angel. Welcome, folks. G2 versus XLG. This is a rematch from going back to the last international event, and let me tell you, G2, although they used to take the dub against XLG every time, last time it was a different story. Now back for revenge. A debt has to be paid. But XLG want to keep running up the numbers. Attack side. Start towards this B site. Smokes out. Dive in. And control there for at least the 2 duelists who make it past the wall. The rest will be delayed. And with the door swinging open, G2 try an immediate crunch. The spike is stuck with the paranoia. They're up close. They can still see. Lysor does well, but they don't know. The Valorant tucked into the corner and he even slips away. Big early advantage for G2 now with the spike down.
Oh, another dropped. No man gone. Leo is still behind though. Might be an additional snake in the grass, but he's going to give away his position. Raga has managed to go in from behind. It's almost like a retake onto the defenders, but instead they will win both fights anyway. A pistol round for G2. And I don't know, if that's going to be how the rest of the game goes, this is going to be an explosive one.
Yeah, oh, without a doubt, the immediate response from G2 there, the second that wall goes up on B, those players are swinging through the door. They've got a smoke to block off the rest of the squad, and it's just a shame that the spike is the one isolated. Obviously, you don't want to see it going in first a lot of the time, or it'll be isolated behind the wall. But a great response from G2. And good protocols on display early on. That's what we expect to see from this team. Even though XLG won last time, it's hard for me to come into this thinking of them as the favorites in this matchup.
No, I think we've had years of G2 being a squad that always challenges for titles. Winning them, at least outside of their region, hasn't yet been possible. But yeah, I'd still put them on that pedestal. I think especially going into this first map, it was a map where XOG tried to almost define the meta itself, running their triple senti. I think people figured it out, and they lost quite handedly 4 times in a row. And now they're trying to reinvent the wheel. And I like the fact that G2 are not shying away from this matchup at all. This has been an incredibly strong map for them, both regionally and versus XOG as well. So I think both squads will be coming in with a map that they feel confident on. Already though, a little bit of additional damage in a round where expectations are pretty much 0. Oh, for a moment I thought Lysol might just give them a lead in this round.
He certainly had the chance, but a few shots not landing was the difference. Players on the B site ready to crunch up behind as pressure's put on to Jogamo. XLG look to run it down, but being picked apart, and damage will remain at just 1 player lost. A fine round in the end for G2, but even looking at the health bars and with how the round played out, it definitely looked like they were going to pay a bit of a heavier price for that round.
Yeah, for sure. I think that ultimately they come out with it clean enough. And now we look towards XOG on this map. As I said, they're trying to find a new footing in terms of what they actually want to be playing on Lotus, moving away from that triple Sentinel comp, even moving away from what I believe they were running last time as well, now bringing in a Vice, like trying to figure out what works for them. And sure, that means that for G2, reading what they're actually going to be doing might be a little bit more difficult, but I think it also kind of shows where XOG are. If you're having to change game to game what you run on a map, I think there might be a few problems there. And they also did lose 13-1 last time, so you can kind of understand why they changed things.
That starts to add up. For XLG, credits on the board, rifles in hand, and a slow start to this round. Contained any aggression that might have been there from G2. The idea early is now they contact up into A. But crossing Leaf gives the info away. Now a Sky Flash could come through. No, in fact, they just walk in. The Viper Wall gives them that extra space to fight with. 3-men swing. Good trades early, considering it's a lower buy for G2. Normally, you want the defense to not be trading 1-for-1. Harder to defend the map that stays the same size while your forces shrink. But in a round like this, that's just fine. Normally, you're going to need a hero to step up to the plate. Man like Baby Bait. Last time they played up against this man, he was on the Vice, and he delivered an incredible performance. I think he was 19-9 by the time they left this map. A big reason that G2 were able to take it in the first place. Losing the next 2, which have been removed from the pool this time.
Happy wait. Timing almost gets the better of him, but he's able to hold the ground for now. Of course, this is the bonus for G2. Getting anything done here would be, wow, paramount for a great early start, and they're already in a pretty good position here. Noman tagged low, Baby Bay with another, and everything seems to just fall apart for that attacking side. And with a bonus victory, and I'll be honest with you, it wasn't even the best bonus. There was like a stinger in the mix. There was quite a few vulnerabilities. I believe only like 1 like primary rifle and a bulldog.
Yep.
And they managed to come out with 3 players alive, upgrade all of those guns, and win the round. Like, I think G2 are going to be incredibly happy with that.
Well, yeah, I think they just set a trap nicely towards main that towards A main that wasn't really expected. You see the Viper Wall that's in position. It's a normal Viper Wall. It's nothing special. It's nothing unique. But in this instance, having 2 players in the smoke ready to pounce out, one on the door who was finding first contact. As soon as he sees a player, Viper Wall goes up, and the 1 or 2 players who step through that are in a lot of trouble, as we saw. For XLG, that's a big blow early on. Losing that rifle round puts G2 3-0. They've got a ton of credits to work with for the moment. And in this round, it's not like XLG have a lot of opportunities to take weapons out of their hands. If this is a flawless or even close to that for G2, they're going to have a lot of safety nets to fall back on. Even if they lose a couple of rounds, they'll be getting those rifles in hand. And from what we've seen so far, the protocols have been enough to secure rounds. This is a bit aggressive. Up against the Nico. Swing on the door is one thing. I don't expect to see them walking through, but that nade is absolutely perfect. You love to see it.
Oh, it was a 1-11 attack side half versus mates, and the start so far hasn't looked fantastic. A player blinded in the corner, but also not checked. And although Raga might have a bit of an unorthodox position, is it going to be checked? Really? Okay, fair play, Shogamo. I don't know if there was some sound that gave the game away, but I think when you're walking back through, the plant has gone down on the other side of the map. I didn't expect them to check that, so fair enough. You said they need maybe to do some damage in this round. They have not.
Yeah, I really thought that would be. I was right there with you. Like, oh, okay, fantastic position. Almost impossible to lose it from there. But, yeah, the almost impossible was that if he checks it, you're in trouble. A flawless round. I didn't expect this to be what G2 got. For XLG now, this becomes a terrifying prospect. Take a look at the credits. There's not going to be much reinvested. I don't think anyone's even hitting 1K reinvested. Well, 6K is a pretty average figure to see on that defensive side. A timeout now from XLG, knowing that you're already at the point where you've got to put rounds up on the board in this buy round.
Yeah, for sure. This isn't like the comp of old where they had a triple centi defensive comp where you could go, okay, if we get like 4 or 5 rounds, we're in an amazing spot to go into the defense. This time, with a double dive, you are going to need to pick up some rounds on the attack, and for G2, they've not been tested yet. They lose 2 players in a bonus round. They flawlessly win the buy round, and they are looking incredibly comfortable. And that's a good sign for a team that we have very high expectations of. Of course, going into that top 8 over in London, you kind of do see it sometimes where you go up against teams that have had that momentum building up, and you're unable to really get started. It was a disappointing event, to say the least. But tasting defeat early in this one and the potential of another 0-2 exit on the international stage, that would be unheard of for G2. And for XLG, well, they'd need to do the double over them in back-to-back events. And I guess this time at least, I don't think G2 have come in underestimating their opponent, especially when you became a viral Valorant meme.
Well, I think when you look back at that event, it was Ascent and Split that G2 lost, and it was Ascent and Split that G2 banned in this series. Not really too much of a surprise that they don't want to go back to that, because especially Ascent was dominant from XLG. It was almost as quick as the game you saw earlier on today from Heretics there. But for G2, this was the map that they won last time around. They won it 13-7. As I said, a lot of that was players like Baby Bay, I believe Leaf, having extremely good performances. On the other maps, it was Happy Way that drew my eye for XLG. He was finding a lot of space, making it very uncomfortable for G2 to play, but I don't think he was able to have that same impact on the Cypher on this map. And the Omen, not expecting it to be attempted.
Well, into the site they go. Space taken, but it looked like the defenders were already setting themselves up for more of a retake. Showstopper activated. Baby Bay found one, and through goes Jorgamo, but the trades come in thick and fast, evening things up for the moment. The split is caught by Lysor. A nice double, leaving Valen alone. And he is not on the right side of the map. He was a little bit late to the party, maybe expecting them to go back in the other direction. Instead, though, a little bit of delay thrown in, but it hasn't removed the weapon, so they do have to be careful. Lysor, maybe not. Carefree, and a first round to boot.
Yeah, much needed for XLG. Like we said, they called the timeout right before. They're putting all their credits into this one. G2 sky high when it comes to credit economy. Indeed, even throwing in some ultimates, especially that Showstopper, which found success. But it's a great position from Lysor, something we tried, or XLG tried to have earlier on with Rarga, but he was sniffed out. This time, amidst the chaos, they're able to strike from the sidelines. And the 4-1 scoreline, the first round for XLG put on the board, and G2 call a timeout. Keep in mind, they had a timeout in the previous round to discuss things, and I have to say, that really shocks me. I don't think we see that very often at all, especially not this early in the game. We're going into round number 6.
No, not in a map where I think it's probably the most favored a map will be in this series. I think that you're looking at a team that, again, regionally has been very good, even on the international stage has been pretty good and has beaten XLG. And XLG, who are currently on a 4-loss streak, the last 2 being a 13-1 defeat and a 13-3 defeat. So clearly there was something maybe within the comms that was heard by the coach and just went, actually, I want to stem that now. I want to make sure that this does end up being a dominant half But yeah, definitely a little bit surprising to see after a singular round was lost that they're going to take a pause. But hey, I trust the coaching staff of G2 that was a necessary one.
Yeah, I mean, they saw some reason for the alarm bells to start ringing. Now round 6, 2 timeouts out of the way already. Still in that early stages, around the mid part of the half. XLG playing a very aggressive early round, leaving Lysor to lurk outside B, standard play, but the rest making a lot of noise on C. It seems like they're even going to go in. Yes, fully taking the site here. Rarga's committed. With the paranoia gone through, the rest of the squad backs off. Jogamo finding the lurk towards B, now cuts off one head of the Hydra. It's only really the players on site left to worry about. And no, man, he has to go back now.
Yeah, Nightfall's in play. Just got picked up by Leo from the plant. May just be using it for when they actually get towards the site. Instead, though, weaponry is going to be removed. And in fact, all of the players are actually going to leave the site. There's the Nightfall. Potentially just going to try and get them back in and maybe find them off the spams. It has caught a lot of the players on the other side, but even still, they are getting on towards that defusal. It's halved already. Jogamo is just sticking it under their nose, and it doesn't matter how the fights go. He's just going to defuse. Valen does clean up everybody else in the end, and well, XLG from a post plant, I'll be honest, they get barely anything.
It's rare to see the plant in that position, I think for a number of reasons. Take a look at the position that Jogamo just defused from. He's up on top of the wall, way outside of what you normally consider the radius. Even if you're spamming at head height, you're not spamming it where his head is because the wall gives him a boost. Normally it will be the corner because the main problem with it isn't what I just mentioned. That's an annoyance. The main problem is you have to swing so deep to get an angle on that. G2 had 4 players or 3 players standing there taking a brawl, and you had to swing through their sightline to then get a shot through a smoke onto a guy who's in a weird position.
Okay,
that was a mistake.
Immediate showstopper. This is a round where they're trying to use the ultimates to pad the gap. Valen has already managed to do well, but they are still standing their ground, even with showstopper activated, but maybe it was just a bait. Noman doing better with the rifle.
He's left on 22 HP. Has to try to make a surprise play. Up the top in the smoke, not even on the usual side of it. But getting out of here, you're rolling the dice, and okay, well, he's managed to slip into the corner at least. He could have an angle. In fact, we can see he could get a kill, but instead he's looking towards Leaf, and he swings out wide, gets caught. Leaving one man to do it all, the one who was the snake in the grass, who caused so many problems for G2 on the maps that they lost last time around. But he'll be left alone with 35 HP and still needing to find a plant.
I like this, though. Grouping up together, not giving him that headshot angle. We've seen it many a time. The players have been able to steal around away from that position. I'm expecting maybe the operator to go first. Leave a bit wider. That could give an opportunity, but never mind. If he just gets the kill, it will end the round anyway. 6-1. It might not have been the greatest of purchases for XLG, but when you use a Showstopper and Bladestorm and use both of them off the rip, you're probably hoping to get a little bit more done. And with, again, it is seeming like this attack side is a massive problem for them on this map.
Oh, yeah, without a doubt. This has been a slow start from XLG. And like we said, last time around, it was G2 to take this map. We're on comfort for them. They decided to come back here again. They lost a single round and said, oh, we've given them too much. We've given them too much ground. A timeout called immediately, and they're right back to winning ways. It's got to feel rough for XLG because they had their own timeout. They won the round. They started to feel like they could do it. Had to sit there for a minute. Now they've been fed a dish they don't quite like. 2 in a row for G2, 6-1. A strong half, but there is still a chance. If XLG lose this round, get into their bye round, and still connect the rest, hey, 7-5's workable.
Yeah, but look at the bye. It's a singular rifle with no shields. It was a stinger, but that's already gone, and Baby Bay hasn't actually given up any of the ground. They've thrown utility down to deny and maybe bait the idea that they were still pressuring into B, but he has full control. Leaf already spotting. They're actually going to utilize a Viper's Pit here. In all honesty, it wouldn't be too bad to bait that out, but I guess they're looking at the other ultimates that will be coming up soon for G2 and are quite happy to throw this all in to just confirm at least a victory in this half.
It certainly sent XLG in a different direction. Baby Bay now the one that has to hold the line. It's been revealed and dealt with right away. Good blind that came through out of Lysor, but a flash from Trent looks to do the same. A lot of them were caught, but they're able to survive long enough. Vision returns, and the shots start to land. Leaf on the flank around. Oh, he's left on 10 HP. That should be the end of Leaf, and it will be off now to try to take down three. Hold on! A second nade now to work with, and he spotted the final player. A single shot from this operator could seal this round. Bury XLG deep beneath the victory after victory from this defense. G2, they just can't seem to put a foot wrong.
It's just unreal. Like, you look at it at the last couple of seconds of that round, the nade catching one, a player caught, trying to fade away, and then just a wonderful final shot through the wall, utilizing his boom bot just to get every single piece of information he could. It was not a particularly good round from G2 in general. Players caught out. I think that flash getting a lot more value onto Baby Bay than maybe should have done, but hey, if Jorgamo's up the top 10-2, able to win a 1v3 from, again, we've seen a lot of kills with an op from that upper position.
We really have,
on B,
yeah,
and I won't lie, it's starting to annoy me a little bit that people keep peeking that. I can forgive the last player.
Well, he didn't even peek. He wasn't even seen. It was the wall in the way. Wasn't quite enough to protect him. The concrete armor not eating the shot. 7-1. And that's when Jogamo steps forward to his demise. The B aggression that XLG were waiting for, and it wasn't B in particular. They're waiting across the map. This was a very slow default from this attacking side, and waiting for G2 to get impatient has clearly paid off. Now Leaf is pretty isolated. His orb will let him get out of there, though.
Yeah, Leaf normally a fairly safe pair of hands, which does hold a lot of value, especially on this C site. But how much value can he get? And now has some support, but players have already managed to cross into the site, and I think they realize that, okay, if we're not able to get them as they maneuver in, it might be that little bit smarter just to try and play this as a group.
Seekers for G2 to point the spear in the right direction, and here they come. Enemy at the gates. As the flash, a second one fires in. Another's found by Trent. Varga snuffed out early on, and the trades keep on going, but now it's Leaf left alone, and the ult is going to rob him of his weapon. At least finds one before. Only No Man left, but with a classic in hand, it's not a favorable fight. He's biding time, waiting for his rifle to come back, and now here it is. No Man with the shot, though, seals it for XLG. A much-needed round, a lifeline for this squad secured.
Yeah, it still got incredibly dangerous. I was looking at the Seekers going in, and I was like, okay, but how much value in a 4v5 can that really get? And while it did help them negate some of those closer angles, it's still a very costly round. And for XLG, this has to be the building blocks of something else. But with a purchase comfortably onto the ball for G2, a showstopper still available, Steel Garden, but No Man is only one away from having his own showstopper online. They've at least managed to get more rounds than they did versus mates, but as I said, I need to see a lot more before I can believe.
Oh, big execute from G2. It seemed like they threw a wave of utility and then the showstopper, hoping that they'd all be fleeing and they could catch the pack, but that's not the case. And the showstopper too shallow, looking for players hiding in the corners. XLG have given up all that space, instead running towards the C site, but that's kind of the plan for G2, that they want this to be the case. There's lots of utility waiting here. Will at least delay them on the way through, but I think that from the shadows has changed the mind of this defense, and a C's thrown in to try to keep players close so No Man can find them with the showstopper, but instead they've just ran away and fought the other side.
Oh, and they've lost their weaponry as well. The showstopper already gone. The spike yet to be planted. The two players from Waterfall have done great work in giving G2 a massive advantage, and there's not really anything to fight back in with. All XLG can go for is aggression. A flash round the corner, it forces No Man to look away, and now more isolated fights. It's down to Lysor again. He's been good so far, but a 1v4 would have to be the best player of the map so far. And, well, it's only the 1-for-1 trade. 8-2, another singular round for XLG. And while G2 are completely running away with this.
Don't even start that shit.
Oh, yeah, I mean, this pace from G2 is ridiculous. They give up a round immediately there with a response. for XLG, they're looking declawed at the moment. Yes, they can find one here or there, but even in those 3v1s against an op up in top B, it's G2 who seem to have the plot armor. This was always a solid map for them, but I think this goes deeper than that. Individually, right now, they are on fire, and we saw it from the pistol round. The ideas that they have, it's making XLG never really be able to set up to play their game.
Yeah, I'd also say, though, if this continues in this sort of fashion, I don't know how weak XLG's map pool is elsewhere, like that we haven't seen them play Sunset. But if you are getting battered on a map, you got to start banning it. Because right now, their Lotus just looks completely lost.
Well, there's still time to recover it, but an 8-4 is a bare necessity for this squad. And they've managed to find A. They've managed to get in. G2 don't have massive retake ultimates, at least this time. There's no showstopper. There's no Vice ult. It was used in the previous. Even the Seekers to direct them gone. So it's a tougher retake. But then you look at what XLG have. With pistols. Even the dogs should be enough to just point them in the right direction. Okay, there's one for Rarga. He's still alive. It fades, and he finds a bit more. Now I'm getting a little bit nervous for G2, but that's a good thing. XLG, they're finding hope. They're reaching out in the darkness and finding at least a spark. But they need to fan those flames. Lysor does well with one time, taking down the Just Valen, and he'll fall as well. How is this the round? G2 avoided the pack at the start, thinking we can deal with the pistols. Divided they shall fall, but no. XLG stand tall.
Clearly, we need to re-nerf the Bandit. Just great work from Raga. It's definitely been having a quieter game so far, but if he can pull a round or two out of the bag, maybe. There's still opportunities for them here. Gives the chance, at least, to get this back to an 8-4 half. Some of the weaponry on the other side a little bit lower that are favored in terms of the ultimates as well. Bladestorm online, and you've also got Nightfall. Good position, but it's one of the positions that weapon is actually a little bit stronger. Jorgamo had one of the few weaker guns, and now he's got an upgrade, and Raga is just trying to hunt them down in the spawn.
After his Bandit performance in the previous, you can't doubt him. Sky Flash, Paranoia both sent through, and it's going to be Raga hiding inside a Cloudburst! Raga! He's got two! More on the way! The delivery's early, and he's brought a bonus gift of 3K under his belt. And for XLG, even 4 rounds, it seemed way too far away. But finally, they have pieced this together. 8-4 at the half. Look, it's still not pretty, but it's a damn sight better than it could have been.
Yeah, no, we're at least seeing a little bit of life in some of the players we want to see. Like, we know that you go back to the last time these two teams played, and Happyway and Lysor had some pretty big games. I think we've had a moment or two. But Raga's always been one of the ones where I think regionally, over in China, he is a beast. And then you go into a lot of the international games, and you go, okay, where's that guy gone? Like, oh, what's happened to him? So to see him step up massively in that final round, it's a glimmer of hope. But they are still 8-4 down, and you have to look back at the last time these two teams played. Well, G2 were more dominant on the attack side. So it really is still needing a pistol, needing to get off to a good start in this second half. And the double dive, not always kind on the defense.
It's also scary. You say they're more dominant on the attack side. Is that you're talking about the last matchup they had where XLG had triple Sentinel as a composition as opposed to what we're seeing right now. That's a very different game that you're playing on the defense side, and it still wasn't working. But that then makes me think, okay, what are the ideas that they've brought to bear? If it wasn't working so well with the triple Senti, maybe now we're going to see a more aggressive defensive side, and I wouldn't be against that, especially with the fact that in the last last 2 rounds, Rarga started to feel it a little bit. I want to see them use that fire as fuel.
Yeah. No, I want to see them try something a little bit different and try and get in the face of their opponents. The problem is, I also do think that G2 are a very good team at soaking up a lot of that pressure. Like, I think that you have to temper expectations, but I definitely think it's a good sign that we're seeing some of the individuals, some of the players that can get you excited on this side, because it doesn't necessarily matter if they lose this first map. We've seen that in the series that they won. We know that going into Breeze, it's a very, very strong map, but with the way the first few rounds went, I was like, oh, they might just get domed out of the series if they continue to get bodied in the manner in which they were. Instead, a pistol round, and we could be seeing them within 2 of their opponents, which I think if we look back to how the first 8 rounds went, that seemed pretty unlikely.
Oh, it seemed impossible. Those 2 rounds at the end, they've given XLG much nicer flair. But that last half, one that they would rather forget. Luckily, there's another to play, and G2 now on the attack side will see a little bit of aggression come their way. It's a 3-man walk-up on B. Baby Bay, the one to spot it, but Rarga, again, finding some damage early. That's another opening for him.
He loves the bandit.
There.
The momentum of the last 2 evidently carried through to this round.
There is quite a lot of space towards the C side of the map. Obviously, they've got the Vice wall blocking. Aggressive position still from No Man as well. But Happyway's got to be careful. If they can get through this one together, they've got an opportunity. And they're just waiting for the swing already, though. It's only going to be the 2 of them that make it through. Some ground being held onto, at least for the moment, by Valen. And a clear hasn't come through onto Leaf, who's now looking to try and backstab.
He was a couple steps too far away for that Boombot to round the corner. Opening for Jogamo. He's got another nade thrown at the floor just to add some extra cost to this. But Leaf, in the meanwhile, here's that rotation. Leo, no more, and Leaf, he's whiffing! He gets there in the end with no man down. It could have been a 2v2 for XLG, but instead, Lysor's got to do it all. He's been impressive. He's had big rounds, but this is not to be. And the dream of being within 2, going to have to wait a while.
So, you know, you'd be like, he's whiffing. Leaf took 0 damage. So if he was whiffing, I don't know what was happening on the other side. that is incredibly rough, but
I'm
hey,
very
for
glad
him.
we don't have our EMEA observer team. Or
Yeah.
not observer team, replay ops.
Yeah,
because
yeah.
that would be slow motion 45. So we'd miss the whole next round just to watch it 5 more times.
Well, he had it from his POV again.
At least it wasn't slow mode.
But yeah, great round from Leaf. And you could see the timing of it as well. The second they take that space, he avoids the Boombot and he knows now, okay, this is my moment to strike. Incredibly good on those lurk plays. And, well, he said that a pistol round gives them some hope. That hope, at least for me, that maybe there's believers out there. I know there are more positive people on this planet than me, surprisingly. For me, I don't see this turning around. And it's going to take a lot from XLG to change my mind.
Again, thinking back to the last time they played, this wasn't a death sentence. They lost 13-7 on this map and still went through to the next 2 to win and take the series. But those are different maps now. Yeah. And what we saw before, your Breeze and your Fracture, it's not your Ascent and Split.
Oh, hello.
That's a brave dive down, and oh my goodness, Rarga's feeling it, man. This guy's on fire. He's found himself 2, 3, in fact. Rarga! He can't be stopped. It's an ace to put XLG back on the board.
Might be the greatest caster curse of all time. I don't know what the hell I've just seen. I remember people telling me about that gun, and it's like, yeah, close range, mid range is pretty good. That was every range. That was every range in the book that he has just managed to completely take over the round. That makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. And what I said, at times this man goes completely missing on the international stage. He's top right now, 1 away from his Blade Storm.
Utterly ridiculous. And of all the rounds to win, that one could
Yeah, I've
put
always
them
said that I believe
right
in them coming back.
back on track.
What the hell was that, man? Like, if he drops 30, maybe... maybe
if they lose that round, though, and win the next because of an ace, yeah, whatever. To win that round for Rarga. Oh, Happyway's in trouble. He's in so much trouble. They've got Valen at least, so it'll be a trade. If he can just get 1 or get out of there, and he'll get out of there, at least towards the choke point, and then he's caught by a wallbang, and then a classic takes down Lysor. Now G2, pick up the pace, pick up some weapons as well. They found the scene, they're pulling at the threads, and with Rarga down, G2 might just have a chance.
He wasn't using his primary weapon of the bandit, that was the problem. Nade over the top, causing some issues, but now Jorgamo's found another. From elation to being eroded straight back by G2. I don't know how they managed to turn that back around. Just the early fights not going the way of XLG. And well, I guess if you don't have boss mode Rarga available, that's what happens. Straight back to regular programming.
Well, that's exactly what what I was going to say, right? Like, for them, you have an ace in one round and then fall flat immediately after. It does take the wind out of the sails there. That was the chance. G2 with barely anything to work with, and yet they win those C main fights up against 2 players, up against 2 rifles when they had only one themselves, and it was a Bulldog. C's nade thrown through, early space take attempted by XLG, but G2 are nowhere nearby, and hearing 3 players towards that A site, they are going straight into B. A good idea from Jogamo of where this player is, from the paranoia, but he can't chase him. Not nearsighted like that, but at least got them the space. Fallon's in such a nasty spot. And the raid boss of Rarga taken down. The final threads, it seems, fraying from the loom as G2 run riot through this round. It's a 5v3 already. The hero dead. And now it's up to the rest to pick up the pieces, but I don't think they can even afford to attempt this anymore.
Oh, they're giving it a go, whatever it is.
It's a tough game for Leo, man.
Yep.
Tough game.
Happy wait. I don't know if they're going to let him hold on to this. Already 4 players hunting him down, and the 5th is Jogamo just locking him into position. There really is nowhere for him to go. A flawless round from G2. But moments ago, being aced by a pistol, to now being just 2 rounds away from closing out their map choice in even more dominant fashion than the last time these 2 played.
It really is. Every time that XLG stemmed the bleeding, G2 reopened the wound. This is just a beatdown. And despite the fact that Rarga, he's had these rounds that feel like they could be highlights of the tournament,
yeah,
it's not enough. It is a flash in the pan right now. Nothing more. The heat needs to pick up. For XLG, they're running out of time. At least, as I said, last time, very similar scenario. And they came out on top in the next 2 maps. But to wish upon a star for the same thing to happen twice.
Yeah.
Especially if this ends in an even more dominant fashion, and if the rounds won come entirely off of individuals, that's a very worrying sign.
I think also G2 will have come into this series knowing they have a point to prove. Like, we laughed when we got to pick you. We then lost. We got punished for the negligence, like not expecting them to be a worthy opponent. They will not do that again. They will have prepared for this series. I think coming in as well, a lot of the bans were fairly obvious, like where we were going to go, at least in terms of those first couple of picks. They will have known that Breeze was coming. Now it's patience. I can understand why. Rarga has got his primary gun back in hand. And unfortunately, the G2, they are now heading towards him, but maybe a 6th sense have told them to go back the other way, and the bait that they've made has left the C site completely open.
Yeah, G2 are just going to walk in. There's a wall in the way, but that's about the only problem. There's an orb there as well to be taken. Leaf, I'd imagine, the one to pick that up to... Oh, no. Nobody's taking it there. They're all focused on just rushing into the side, it seems. For good reason. Orbs don't matter so much as the round win, but Trent is down and out. That's a great nade from No Man. Fantastic work to put XLG on a man advantage, but the weapons just aren't there.
Yeah.
They need a miracle. Again.
If he denied the plant, that would have been 8 seconds for them to get the spike, replant it again. It could have caused some chaos, but instead now they have to try and fight it back with pistols once again. Lysor giving them a man advantage, but not for long. Jogamo strikes once again. And he's not going anywhere. Looking to try and keep that close ground, looking to set up his teammate in Baby Bay. And they now sit with 7 map points on Lotus. Again, feeling far and away the better team in this first map.
When what's the most been 2 rounds for XLG in a row?
Yeah, I think it was the last 2 rounds of the half, right?
It was indeed. It was off the back of an ace and a big play by Rarga again. So, yeah, signs definitely not pointing towards a resurgence in this map. That has been all we've been talking about all the way through. There was a good chance G2 come through and win this one, but Breeze and Fracture could be more up in the air. Problem again. We've seen Rarga online, but individuals missing for XLG struggles there at times. They seem disarmed. There's G2 look to be in their prime. A play again towards the C side, a small fake on one side of the map, and now a much more direct approach. The Thorns already used. just as the squad's getting here, they'll be fading. And that nade pushes Lysor forward, but he catches Valen. Unfortunately, it's a quick trade.
Yeah, and the problem is they don't have anything really to fight back in. They need Raga to land a shot. Instead, Jorgamo's just fighting him. The confidence through the roof for G2, but Happyway has at least managed to give them an advantage back. This awkward battle towards the spawn has yet to net any real advantage, and because that plant is still yet to go down, G2 have to take the time to do it. The flank is being watched. Happyway worried that maybe somebody's coming in for that backstab, but they're all stuck within the site. Rifle being traded over to the other side, and Leaf's initial shot needs to be landed, and it isn't. Again, not quite able to connect the shots, and because of that, they look to strike back through. Happyway will keep them going a little bit longer as they at least climb to 6.
And that's what XLG need now. It's just to put those rounds on the board. Yeah, the comeback, not too likely, and I'm sure even in their minds, although it's possible, although you can always make it back into the game, we've been shown that many a time in the past, it does feel like too big of a task. But what they need to show themselves is that the mistakes were made in the past and that they've course corrected. At least for now, Happyway finding a little bit of success, a little bit of morale. And that's, at least for the next couple of rounds, the only goal that I have for XLG is to find more of that, more individual flair.
Yeah, I'd like to see Leo climb a little bit of the board. 1-15 is a very rough.
It's been tough, man.
Map tab, okay, again. Noman loves to go for these almost instant pops of his... Oh, and it's not quite connected. That was a sidestep from Valad straight after he TP'd. I think that nade was even thrown in towards the spawn, and well, Babybay's under pressure, but even still, it's only going to be the 1-for-1. This defensive side definitely happy to get that little bit more aggressive. Maraga's operator roaming around, but there's one on the other side as well. Him and Leaf passing like ships in the night, but for now at least, we sit even.
XLG so close to spotting these players just around the corner. G2 priming themselves for this A take. Still numbers here. Still Rarga here as well, and he'll find Leaf. A big connection. Now let the wall back down to find him in the open. Trent's got a freebie, but Jogamo won't find anything on the other side. Now pushing into a site with 2 players defending it. Seems XLG set up for success here. 35 seconds. G2 can still take it back if they want to, but they don't know the numbers up against them. They think it's just WS Leo already sporting scars from his previous fight, but Happyway's here as well. Paranoia for backside. Happyway holding the line, and the surprise is sent him streaking into the lead. Trent is now alone. He's in a 1-versus-1. Lysor, the last man standing. 13 seconds, but the plant's already secured, and thankfully, Lysor will save the day for XLG. Keep that heart beating as they push up to 7.
Yeah, you see Trent in those sort of scenarios, you do just think, like, these are the sort of plays that he wins, but definitely too close for comfort, but they are still climbing back into these last couple of rounds. It still feels like a mountain to climb to get back into the map, but it is more so just seeing those players warm up. Raga still going strong. The lurks being accounted for as well, something that XLG have clearly become more aware of. But there's still a buy on the other side. Jorgamo 1 away from a showstopper. Steel Garden available. A post plant would put them in a position where they could have a Viper's Pit and then a Steel Garden, which it sounds like an absolute nightmare.
Well, if it's a plant as well, showstopper could be online if it's Jogamo planting or an orb and a plant for Trent. And now, this is going to be a very uncomfortable round, potentially, for XLG, and this is why it's so difficult to get back into games at, like, 12-5. It's why most teams don't save pauses till then. They just save up their ultimates, dump them all into a round. The chances of you winning pretty low. They might even be able to do it twice. 1:15 on the clock in a clear direction from G2. Picking up the pace towards the A site. Leo is the only man nearby. XLG started with a stack towards the C site. They expected the presence there, and now they're forced into a retake of A pretty much immediately.
They're actually doing it the other way around. They've used all 3 ultimates early. The space that's claimed, though, by Leap is just nasty. That makes it so awkward to try and get back through on the retake. You basically are forced to go all the way around, either to play directly into where you know there's going to be contact, or try and go back round towards the door. Instead, They use a steel gun of their own. Look to take away the weaponry, but up close, these pistols are just as deadly. You can't afford to go through the pit, and in the time it's taken to get in, those weapons are now already back online. They walk into Jorgamo, and although it's a trade, that time has been ticking the entire time, and they leave Trent as the marker towards that door, and it is all but over. A 13-7 once again on Lotus. And well, it looks like we need almost a repeat of what happened last time.
Oh, yeah.
If XLG are going to turn this series, they need to win the next 2 maps. But I'll be honest with you, other than some blips, other than some hero plays, that looked like a very comfortable victory for G2.
Well, we need history to repeat itself here. And if it does, it would be G2. 13-7 on map 1. And then a dominant performance from XLG from here on out. I know that's what a lot of people are going to be hoping for. Elimination on the line for this squad. And XLG, I don't think they put their best foot forward here. You have to hope their map pick up next of Breeze is going to make a difference. But some signs of life. Players like Rarga having massive rounds. We could see that they had pieces to the puzzle, but not all on the table at the same time. For now, G2 1-0. A strong start to the series. Let's see how the next maps go. Dagon.
Thank you very much, Mitch, as yes, it is 1-0 G2 after just a blitzing performance on Lotus. A lot of C action constantly going there, and XLG never really had a chance, never really had opportunity to get their bearings, get anything going until the final couple of rounds, but by then it was too far gone. And now XLG find themselves up against the wall with their tournament lives hanging by a thread. Dagon here alongside Kukuka, and big time quick thoughts.
I mean, I think G2 looked very, very well drilled in that first map for me. In the first half especially, they're able to retake so fluidly, and I think XLG, they've changed away from their signature style on this comp, and it's not looking as coherent as we've seen from them in the past.
Yeah, I think that this is a little bit expected also from the side of G2. It's good to see also that there is an individual performance that is going up. Trent started having a little bit of a difficult map, but once we swapped side, he was incredible. He was indisposable for their win.
Yeah.
All right. Well, again, loser of this is out and will join the 3 Pacific teams that have all been knocked out so far. We will have map 2 and a little special guest for pre-map number 2 right after this. You're watching EWC 2026.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC, powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion, reach your impossible.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to EWC 2026 Valorant. We are in the Group C qualification match, or no, elimination match, as it is G2 Esports, America's champ, up 1-0 over XLG. They're demons from Masters London, but they looked demonic here in that first map. And before we continue to dive into that, we have a very special guest here on the desk. Joining us is CEO of Sentinels. It's Rob Moore. Welcome, Rob.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, it's good to see you again here at EWC. Fortunately, without the Valorant team here, but you got multiple squads here.
You know, it is role reversal. Last year, Baby Babe was on the desk, and Sentinels was playing XLG in an elimination match. So it's all come full circle.
I feel like it's not EWC if we do not get Rob to here with us on the desk.
So, and here's the thing I've done today.
Yeah.
Okay? Because this is going to shock people.
Okay.
I saw them out front. I gave them all a hug for good luck.
Oh, wow.
A G2, you mean?
G2. This is their 9th straight global event to qualify for since Masters 2 2024. They've been to every global event.
Drop the knowledge. Drop the knowledge.
All right. I am a G2 fan this week. Okay?
Only for 1 week?
This week.
Okay, what happens if they make it to playoffs and they continue?
The playoffs are Sunday.
What day is it today?
Sunday.
Oh.
For the week through the finals.
Okay.
I'm a G2 fan this week. I'm going to root them to their first global trophy. That's what I'm going to do for them.
Wow.
And what are they going to do for you?
You know what? This is their 9th time. I feel a little bad for those guys. So it's time.
Oh my God.
It's pity rooting for them.
Well, Rob, again, you and Sentinels have multiple different teams across multiple titles here for the club championship. What teams are here for you?
So we have Apex Legends that starts on Tuesday night. And then our League of Legends team. We just got into League of Legends this year, and our team won the qualifiers.
It was awesome.
Must feel good.
So that was
great.
a lot of fun. So we play Team Secret Wolves in the opening round.
Team Secret Wales, yeah.
Team Secret Wales. Team Secret Wolves in the opening round
Wolves
of that.
is in Valorant.
Wolves, Wales. And then we have a Trackmania player, which
Trackmania.
is new to Sentinels, new to EWC this year.
When is that?
Bayowac. That is toward the back half of the event. So
you're going to be here for a while.
that's
no?
what we have going on. So I'm definitely here this week and maybe a little bit of next week. But then we got to get back to LA because the stage 2 kicks off.
Yeah.
End of next week in Valorant.
Yeah, I guess that was kind of what
Thank
I
God
wanted
he
to
controls
ask.
time.
Because I know you were kind of you're just lost in.
Yeah,
Valorant.
I'm just here. I just
Who needs
turned up.
calendar?
I just know that tomorrow I have to go to work.
Obviously, you got one of your America's team here in G2. What is the state of VCT Americas right now, given the fact that, Leviathan getting the victory over at Masters London? How do you see the landscape of Americas compared to, I guess, years past?
I think what's great about Valorant and where it's been pretty consistently, I think there was a week where APAC thought you were the best region, but
we did a little bit.
Other than that, I think what's been amazing about Valorant is how all 4 regions are able to rise up and win any global event. And I think that's what has been so exciting about Valorant and what continues to be great about the game and how competitive it is, that all except in League of Legends at this point, right? There's very much a tier.
Very much so.
Of the Chinese and the Korean teams, and G2 tries to jump up in that group. But I think in Valorant, you have such great competitive balance.
Sentinels.
Yeah. And so I think that makes Valorant continue to be what a great game that it's been.
Yeah. One story I really like, obviously, you and G2 have a great rivalry here. Baby Bay goes from the analyst desk back to playing, and then Ewok, he was over on the analyst desk with me over in Pacific, and then he comes and joins you guys on Sentinels. It feels like you're always just so tied up. But one thing I want to ask you is, if you're rooting for G2 to make it all the way to the final, lift that trophy. What's the dream final matchup there? Do you want all Americas there? If you like that regional parity.
Yes, what I would like to see is, right? I would like to see, now the problem is if my guy Zekin gets back onto the main stage, I will have to root for MIBR and abandon G2.
They need to win, though. They just lost against Heretics. Did you watch?
I know. MIBR has a rough, it is amazing, right? Because 100 Thieves was the first team to go forward, who Sentinels did beat in stage 1. So you can see we're on our way back already.
Next map here for G2 is Breeze.
Yep.
Right? Yeah, we got Breeze going on here. What do you like about Breeze, the map, Rob? I'm giving you a pretty specific but wide open question.
I'm going to give the most troll answer. You know
All
what
right,
I
go
love?
for it.
You know what my
As you
favorite
should.
thing to see on Breeze is?
Yeah.
And people occasionally do it when the team can't retake, and instead they just take up their positions to farm exit kills.
Yeah.
And be like, you know what? None of us are going to try and retake the site. We're all just going to stay here and try and kill you when you leave the site.
To be fair, it is pretty difficult to retake on Breeze. That's why we see so many of the floods. Like, you need to break their entry point whilst they are executing, because otherwise, like, if they take the positions, as Rob said, the best thing that you can do is hold your position and wait for exit
Just
frags.
wait and kill everybody when they leave.
You have so much knowledge.
I
Rob.
just
It is what
find
it is.
that to be the dumbest fun thing that happens.
Again, Rob, a true fan of Valorant. He has the spike timer on his phone. As soon as it goes off, he starts the spike timer. It's one of the coolest things I've seen one of the owners do, being so invested in it. Now, obviously, Sentinels didn't make it here, but final words here for Sentinels fans as we get ready for our second map.
Well, I think the key is, we've been in this game from the very beginning, and we are definitely committed to always having a top roster and building one. And so I think we got off to a very slow start this year and have started to make some changes. And I think, as the year goes on and as we go into next year, we will continue to have that commitment to this game.
And then final words for G2 fans, since you are a G2
All
fan
right, for
today.
G2 fans, here we go. This is our week.
We're going to get you the
This
merch.
is our week. You know what I should have done is when I saw them, I should have got a jersey from them. If I was wearing a
that would have
G2
sold it.
For the next match, for the next match.
right now.
The next match, you come back here with your G2 jersey.
Maybe when they have their, they may have a rematch against Nongshim tomorrow.
We'll
what
see.
player? What player do you want the jersey from?
Oh, Baby Bay, definitely.
Okay, yeah. Right choice.
All
Right
full
choice.
circle.
Because Baby Bay is almost my age.
Oh, that's a little.
Yo, I'm almost
stretch.
Baby Bay's
That's
age. You
kind
can't
of
go that way.
crazy.
You
All
can't
right.
go that way.
Rob Moore, CEO of Sentinels, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us here as we get ourselves ready for this elimination match. Map number 2, G2 and XLG. The players are on the stage and getting themselves ready to go. As G2 just kind of blitzed XLG early on, Rarga and the boys able to try and pull some rounds back, try to do the C strat that we've seen so many times on Lotus, but now we are focusing onto the much more open Breeze map here.
I mean, look, Breeze is interesting. We saw this from G2 the other day. It was Baby Bay back on the neon. We heard Fallon say it in one of those little interviews there. Maybe you could expect to see Dre a little bit more activated, and now we know exactly what they mean.
I was doing that interview, and then when I saw Baby Bay on the neon, I was like, is this what you mean? But most importantly, as we said the other day, is the collateral damage that it served in the rest of G2.
Yeah,
it was not
Jogamo.
Baby Bay that had the hardest day. Exactly, big time. It was Jogamo biting the bullet in that case. Many occasions simply did not know what to do. We have seen this all throughout the few days that we have had of EWC. Teams are paying a lot of attention on the weaknesses that they see in the maps the team have prepared coming into the tournament. For G2, it definitely has to be the Breeze. But at the same time, of course, G2 could have done the same thing that Heretic did on Ascent. VOD review, do not make all those mistakes, because the composition for them is not going to change.
Yeah, like, I see the ideas behind this composition. It's G2-esque in style, but it is who is playing what that is a little bit confusing from time to time. Over on the side of XLG, no man on that signature jet with Raga there to back him up. This is a double duelist that has been so high-powered in the past, but right now they're back or against the ropes. One map away now from elimination here at EWC 2026.
And remember when Nongshim was executing time and time again on A, it really looked like there was no other half of the map, but it worked for them. So it's something also that G2 has to be very aware of jumping into this map.
Yep, there you go. You see it again. It is double duelist for the side of attack on XLG. Baby Bay back on that neon, Jog back on the KO. That did not work out well for them last time against Nongshim. Will it work out here against the Chinese outfit as XLG fight for their tournament lives? They are trying to stay on in and right the wrongs from last year's EWC and continue the momentum from Masters London. On the call, let's send it back on over to Tom and Mitch.
Thank you very much, Dingon. Did you know the D stands for darling? There's a little fact for you at home. G2 1-0 after a strong start on Lotus, and now it's time to move on to Breeze. This is XLG's battleground, and a chance for them to bounce back. Last time around, it was the same score and the same map to start the series, and XLG bounced back to take it 2-1. Today, Rarga showed that he's got some guns to shoot back at, but now he's on the Phoenix. He could find even more fire here. And if he comes in as hot to the touch as in the previous, G2 could be in trouble.
Yeah, he'll just need a few friends to help him out along the way, because it's safe to say there were some rougher performances. Leo definitely needing to have a better game if they're going to have an opportunity. Spam through, space taken. A-site already under pressure. And it looks like G2 are just building up to purely play this one as a retake.
Yeah, they'd already decided to give up the space. No point in battling for it now. Very late lurk being set up here by Happyway. You can see that they'll be taking that mid space if anyone goes stepping around towards double doors. Indeed, a very late play by Leaf will be coming that way. On the site, though, it's a big battle for Nomad. Finding one to start it out as Leo fires from the side. It's a bloodbath for XLG, doing extremely well with Valorant. Tucked in the site, not lasting long. It's the late lurk of Leaf, needing to find something. And they know about this, man. He fired on one from mid earlier on. The reveal is keeping him back, and time alone might win it for XLG. In fact, now it most certainly would. Leaf is just playing for the orbs as they exit, and it looks like at least one was coming his way. Another right around the corner.
Yeah, you can see the hunt on for Raga because he wants that orb just as much as anybody else. We'll get him a third in the round and put XOG into the lead. And it's worth giving some context. Even in this tournament, we have seen both of these squads playing on this map. A 5-13 defeat when playing up against Nongshim for the side of G2, and a 13-7 victory with an 8-4 attack side half and a real troublesome defensive half as well for G2. So if anything, this first half, if it's going off what we've seen so far this tournament, should be heavily favored to the side of XLG. I think it's going to be important that, like this, that they've got a good start in the pistol round. They're building up a bit of momentum because that last map had to feel brutal, but they might be used to it by now. I think that's what, like the 5th loss in a row. So Lotus just isn't the map for XLG.
As you said, however bad any other map they may wish to ban is, as the pool evolves over time, I want to just make it Lotus at this point. I suppose practice makes perfect, and they have a lot of practice, so perfection's just around the corner. XLG sending Raga to play the fake on this A site. Same flashes that they saw last time. Orb going to be taken. He doesn't even care if he dies. He'll get an orb for his trouble at the worst case scenario, and now they've realized only one on the arrow. Yeah. We've been sold a ruse. G2 having to play back towards this B site. The only man nearby is Leaf, and his highest impact is probably just confirming that's where the hit's coming in. Indeed, it will be. Raga's found 2 in mid. That's a big play for him. Ult online for the next round for the full buy of G2. There's going to be some serious resistance.
This is a great orb farming round for XLG, getting that ultimate online, and then going to try and clear out Trent. Of course, he wouldn't mind to try and get a kill himself, but with the totem pole of players, there wasn't really any opportunity. So a 2-0 start, a comfortable one, and even a little bit of excitement versus the Eco. But this is the round where things get that little bit more interesting. As I said, last time out, playing that defensive side, 0-6 up against Nongshim. It was a rough defensive half for the side of G2. So again, if they are going to have an opportunity to take this one 2-0, I want to see them start off strong in the early rounds.
Well, for now at least, it's going to be difficult for G2 to get off to a solid start with that run it back. And essentially full buy from XLG. Yes, there's weaknesses, but nothing glaring except for the fact Leo's being picked off. The spike is down. That's going to slow the play. And they really wanted to be pushing from all sides now as the ult runs out. Nothing really found until Nomad strikes. Trading it back at least. Yes, he's taken some bruises, and now the problem is Trent has him boxed in. We'll still have that Viper Orb to get him out. Hopefully that's activated in time. If he swings out to the door, he will not be long for this world. And in fact, G2 are getting impatient. They want to push in. They want to remove this position. And now it's no longer a problem.
Yeah, that takes this from being a split in towards the A site to just a one-pronged push. Happyway's done incredibly well, keeping things even in a round where they do have a few vulnerabilities. Still a pretty solid bonus round purchase. Shock darts might be able to do at least a little bit of damage onto Happyway, and in fact, that's at least half of his health gone. He's going to get taken down by utility alone, but again, there's been a trade. Raga with another high impact round, and in fact, he will continue it. XLG It looked like that was going to be a bit of a rough start with the spike being dropped towards their spawn, but they recover excellently.
Yeah, honestly, in a 2v2, I already thought this is a successful round for XLG. No matter what happens, they got a plant, they got 3 players removed from the equation on the other side. That's a big cost for G2, and they've given themselves a chance to take it across the line. Connecting it now, well, Steam fully in their sails. A 3-round lead right off rip, considering this team took, well, throughout the entirety of the first half, the most they found was 2. They found that 2 in a row, a single time on the previous map. A big step up for them, and the confidence now sky high. G2 left down to pistols, should be 4-0.
It's kind of the expectation of them going into the map choice, but you always sit there and go, well, after a dominant performance, is it as simple as both teams will be good on their map choice? We see it so regularly that that isn't the case. In fact, even seeing teams lose both map choices and end up on a third in a different way. But at least for now, this is looking good for the side of XLG. Raga already 2 orbs away from having that ult back online for a second time in just a couple of rounds. Like, this really could be a good farming exercise. A little bit messy with those last couple of kills, but out goes Raga. And that's something that they are going to have to be careful of over on the G2 side, because if he gets a singular kill or a death, that would be out online, but they have denied that by dying to other players. I guess you could call it that. I don't think it was intentional.
Oh, well, a happy accident, perhaps.
Happy way.
A happy way for it to go, indeed. Oh, God. Sometimes you upset me, Tom. But that's okay. I'm sure the feeling's mutual. For XLG, I'm very happy to see them have... Very happy to see them have this kind of success early on. Looks like frustration even building up on the other side of the stage for G2. 4-0 down, it's understandable, but that last round, not really one to get angry about. It's somewhere they didn't have a lot to work with. This is the bye round. This is where G2 should bounce back. But if you're a fan of a map 3, a fan of Fracture, like the two of us here are, you're probably hoping XLG keep it going.
Might be more of a niche palette to enjoy Fracture, but yeah, I'm a big fan. Again, G2 struggled on this defense in the last matchup. They did the same versus NRG the time before that when they played it. 0-7 on the defense, so it would be the first time winning a defensive round in 13 if they were to take one here, which sounds crazy for a team of the caliber of G2, but it has been a troublesome map for them, and already it's a bit messy, but Baby Bay gets away with it. Even still, though, he's traded out immediately. And still bear in mind that they have been defending that orb outside of A, and there's only one man that's going to be picking it up. If anybody else picks it up, I'm going to be really mad. There you go. Braga with the run it back. Fragment used, but he runs straight through it. Jogamo's done well to defend this position, but again, the trade is immediate. That's all they need to do off that ult. Have impact there. Molotov straight onto Valen. They know exactly where he is, and it's just a bait from No Man to give his teammate a free kill, and then Raga gets aggressive once again. Still not looking like a defensive round will be coming through anytime soon for G2. The struggles are continuing. And with that streak, that's 18 rounds. If you just include their defensive rounds, 18 rounds in a row that they've lost on defensive side of Breeze.
I mean, at the moment, I'm not even sure what G2 need to do. You know, maybe it's an argument for the TikTok agent, the Neon, to not be on the Unk. I don't know. I'm just throwing out some ideas. A timeout. That seems to be their solution. Rethinking how they're approaching this early round.
He's young. He's still got lots of life.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know about that, Tom, actually. Now that I think about it, no, he's up there. He's up there in the age. I think it starts with a 3.
Soon.
Don't say that.
Soon.
No, don't say that. That's a long way away from me.
Soon.
That's a long way away from me. That's many years, quite literally, many years away.
Join us.
No. Don't do that to me.
Me, you, Baby Bay, Rob Moore. We're all in our 30s, you know.
Rob is in his late 30s. Oh, he's not that far away, so I do have to be careful not to speak too loud. He will come back over here.
Well, yeah, he's come here to support G2, and as of right, the second he leaves, they haven't got around since.
He's here to support G2. I'm going to leak for the people at home. Rob Moore is currently sat watching the Gentlemates game.
Okay.
So he's on the other side. Gentlemates were doing really well earlier. I think it's still going, though. Actually, just for a quick update on that. It was 12-5. Now it's 12-9. Okay.
Ooh.
Mates Nongshim certainly heating up this one.
12-5 is the new 9-3. That's what I'm hearing.
That's what everybody's saying, Tom. You said it since the start of the tournament.
Yeah,
You're
yeah.
day one of that. Day one believer. But yeah, for XLG, a 5-0 start. As we said, there are a lot of, in this event alone, a lot of comebacks we've seen. A lot of strong starts that then teeter out a little bit. I don't expect this to be one, at least in round 6, because XLG are up against Pistols, an SMG for Leaf, and a very spread defense. G2 setting a bit of a trap on mid, hoping to be able to burst out of the double doors and find a fight on top mid, or top mid players quickly pounce on any reaction around middle, around the double doors, but XLG are going elsewhere. Spike is still left in spawn. They're very much exploring the territory that they left open, making sure that G2 haven't got any extra control, that they haven't ratted a player into a nasty little spot. And that's the main aim of the game in a round like this. When you're up against those Pistols, they're usually only... They're certainly the most dangerous when you don't see them coming. An unusual position from Jogamo, and he's missed.
Okay, Baby at least with one. Gotta be careful, his ult's gonna run out soon. If he doesn't get a move on Paranoia, it's gonna force him back, and well, there you go. Now down to just a classic. The weaponry being jogged away as well, but the time is ticking. 25 seconds on the clock. One of the better opportunities just because of that time alone. Trent is in a decent position.
He's
gonna put a reveal above their heads just to try and make it awkward for them to exit here. They need to get a move on. That time is running all the way down. 9 seconds as they need to get onto the site for a plant. It will be at the last second. If anybody can get in and kill this player off, the round will be G2's, but they can't. And already that advantage dissipates, but then a couple more. A couple of kills back. Weaponry has been found, but that outlaw still as deadly as ever.
Happy Way snuck his way over towards A main. Got the crossfire on the walk up now, although Leaf might be closer than expected. He was. Leo didn't think he could be in that spot. It's a small mistake, but one that could be very, very costly. Happy Way pops the wall up, but he needs to put it down soon to get sight lines. And there it is, a freebie. Baby Bay, down and out, snake bite there, and it's landed as well. Leaf, he can't get this done anymore. The round won just off the delay by Happy Way.
He's even going to take the kill as the exit as well. This was a man that was a complete nightmare for G2 the last time they played the series. And thinking back to that ascent that they won so dominantly, and that streak of rounds is continuing. As said, I think that's now 19 rounds in a row. If you're just looking at the defensive side of Breeze, that G2 haven't managed to win. This side of the map, I think it is by far their worst of any. And sure, that's not against XLG, but that streak is still going. For XLG, this map pick looking like a stellar one. 6-0 over on the attack. But this is where, other than that Neon ult that was used in the last round, G2 have everything. Excuses go out the window. The attack, though, have actually utilized their Hunter's Fury very early on. They're trying to pincer off of this. Valen started off strong. The trade's back thick and fast. An advantage for G2. Lysel with a chance, but a little bit late.
Nice shots by Trent. Still with that Hunter's Fury back pocketed. No need to use it in this round, it seems. It's just Leo and Happy Way. But if that spike makes it to sight, things could definitely change, especially with the drone now used up. A Viper's Pit would have changed the game, but now the spike's on the floor in the open, and Leo, much better start to this map. This would double his kills.
Yeah, I don't think so.
Very much seems like G2's first, but he is in a good position, although Jogamo saw him from the corner of his eye. 6-1. G2 on
Streak
the board
broken.
at long last.
Yeah, it's the combo of going 0-6 in defensive round, 0-7 in defensive round, and then 0-6 again has now been broken. So there you go. They can win defensive rounds. It doesn't seem to be phasing Baby Bay too much, but they do need to now build this into something else. Otherwise, we're looking at this very similarly to what we saw on the last map. Like, okay, you found a way to break back into things. They used a couple of, or at least the Viper's Pit to get them there. But again, there is no problems for XLG to buy back into this one. Raga once more is one away from having that run it back. And although he hasn't been getting too many kills with the run it back, every time it has been traded out by somebody following him up.
Yeah, and that is all you need to do, right? To be the human drone. If they give you a chance, yeah, sure, you can hit that first shot. But for the most part, you're a pair of eyes. Teammate, the ones to strike. In goes the drone to start this out. Leo going to be cancelled. by the ultimate of Jogamo. Null command, robbing them of util, stopping them from making any more strides. But there's a minute and 5 seconds on the clock. This isn't going to delay them enough that they decide to go back. Instead, pumping the brakes and readying for the next hit. They have lost their drone at the very least, and there is still a Hunter's Fury on the other side, so they have to be careful of a tag out of this one. What's a tag?
Is he going to gamble it?
No.
Maybe.
Right call, but we can see would have got huge value.
Oh. Leaf on the edge of the smoke. Playing around his orb. There goes the Hunter's Fury, almost just acting as disruption. And Leaf has done incredible work lurking around the edges of all of that utility. Maybe the start of a G2 streak, unless Raga, never mind, unless Lysor has something to say about it. First kill, easier than the rest. And he's managed to get a second. On for the ace, but he would have to get past Trent. He predicts it, but can't quite land the shot. Baby Bay will be a little bit closer, but neither player rushing in. Neither player wanting to give him anything. Well, it's close from Lysor. A couple of opportunities to take down Trent, but Trent will be the one to put him in his grave.
Yeah, I'd like the fact that Trent kept the Hunter's Fury as well. Like we said, from our perspective, 3 players there. You've tagged the guy in the middle. No matter where he goes, he's bringing you to another target, and that's going to be a beautiful setup to get 1 or 2. But instead he waits, knowing that this is quite clearly, if there's a jet there at that stage of the game, they're looking to play through tunnel, and you know what happens when they go in tunnel. You crossfire, or you line up that Hunter's Fury with main as well. You're catching players in the walkout, and there's not really many places that they can go. Works well to slow the pace instead of it just being a Hail Mary for some damage. This is, again, Raga running it down. Last time they slowed him decently, it was the play from behind that ended up causing so much damage towards the XLG play. But now look at this. Trent tucked in early. He's dropped the spike, but they know he's stuck in that corner, and he won't be making it out.
Still, they have to deal with Leaf. He's been a problem at the back of this B site. A first pick already going his way and leaving some of these attacking players somewhat isolated. A flash, maybe expect... He's not seen him! He just walked right past without checking the close angle, not expecting anybody to be that close to the smoke. And because of that, Raga has gone down, but eventually, again, Lysor is there with the trade. A 3v2, still advantage with G2, but an opportunity.
Holding the reveal. If this lands, it could bring them back into a workable position, but it's broken immediately. Man advantage for G2 in the retake. All they have to do is trade, and that's exactly how they started. Leo needs to step up in a big way, and he does that for the first and the second. He was quiet on the first map, but all of XLG have woken up now.
Yeah, an important clutch as well, because it did start to feel like G2 are about to build momentum back into this one. I think Leaf especially has had some pretty decent rounds on that side of the map. But being able to isolate those remaining players, a little bit more disjointed from the remaining 2. And that was enough for them to get their 7th. And again, a victory here would put the economy of G2 down to nothing. Ultimate's not particularly close either. And we could be seeing a minimum 9, but maybe even a 10-2 half. So G2 have got to make this one count.
That knife. It's garnering a lot of information. Looks to have caught at least 3. I think Raga was slightly out of range of it. You know, it didn't look like it on the minimap. Of course, the height of it making a difference for G2. They'll keep 3 players towards this A side. They'll abandon their mid-fight from just moments ago, ready to see those waves of players break against the front of A, but most of the forces coming on a wraparound. Baby Bay's got one, and he's out so quickly. The benefit of the Neon, the nade, well, it hasn't quite blocked the door, and Baby Bay's going to pay the price because of it. Jogamo now under pressure, taken down by Nomad. A solid start for the Jet as XLG makes some ground towards the site, but Nomad's down to 17 HP. They'd love a pick right now, but G2 aren't going to offer one up.
A well-placed shock dart could take him out, but the grab, well, spotted there, able to avoid it. Still a snakebite available, but Leaf doesn't want to use his utility because he already has them on a backstab. Now that snakebite can go into the back corner. It has to be a more aggressive stance, and because of that, they're being forced into the hands of the remaining members of G2. It's a nice cleanup to keep themselves in this half. And after what was a 6-0 deficit, we are now starting to see some life in this defensive side of G2.
I was going to say, why is Trent taking the orb when he's 4 away instead of having that Viper's Pit online, possibly for the next round? But it will be given to Leaf in the end, 1 away from a pit. And for G2, they'll need every little advantage they can get. Leo might lose that clutch, but winning the one before guaranteed XLG a very good position coming out of this half with still so much more left to fight for. I think this was an important win for G2. And again, when you think about the history of this, how things went last time, the map we just saw from XLG where the majority, and I'll say that confidently, the majority of the rounds came off of individual plays. One guy popping off, an ace or a 3K at minimum. And now they're looking like a well-oiled machine. It really is the difference of comfort as maps swap, but you can't rely on it going to fracture in the same manner. And if G2 come out of this confident, it could be a different story. Big play from Noman, getting in their face with the Bandit. And even though he goes down, a 1-for-1 trade in a round like this for the attack is just what they need. It opens up so much more space. It makes it harder for the defenders to watch every choke point. Like right now, they're worried about mid. They're worried about all of these plays on the B side, but what they should be worried about is Happy Way, who's making his way right up behind them. The timing here will be everything. A Cosmic Divide block. Oh, no! Happy Way's whiffed. He's got to run.
And now it becomes so much more difficult. They know that there's a man behind, and Leaf has gone running in. Lysor still keeping things level. Timing didn't look bad for No Man, but Baby Bay has it covered. Nice shot from Lysor again. He's been good from these positions. Needs to buy time for his teammate as that snakebite looks to go in from afar. Still, though, the weaponry not in his favor and wanted to try and swing a little bit earlier, but in the end, it will be a fairly easy cleanup for the remaining couple. 4 onto the board. Again, from 6-0 down, this is looking like a solid recovery. And if G2 end this half 7-5, it really is game on.
Oh, absolutely. Then it doesn't feel like history repeating itself anymore. It doesn't feel like XLG stepping up a level. It feels like they caught them sleeping, and now they've woken them up, shaking them awake violently. Like I said, great start for No Man. He's been doing good work when it comes to those jet entries, finding a lot of space for the squad. They're filling it in well, usually. But now G2 have started to answer back, to answer up. Think about Jogamo's performance last map. He's now 3-11, a quiet game from him. All it takes is him to come online for Valen to find his form.
Yeah.
And we go from a close half to a dominant closer for G2.
They're going to try and go through this. It seems like they are. A lot of counter utility putting into play, and with the From the Shadows not getting the space that they wanted,
the main push,
that risk doesn't hold the same value anymore. Now the attackers have all but walked back. Bear in mind that Braga has the spike. Braga has the spike. If he goes in alone, this could be a problem. Does he expect the second player? Absolutely not. The problem is, can Jorgamo have any chance of holding on to this position? He knows he needs to get out, but there are players looking to try and wrap in on him from behind. He's done excellently. You mention him, and he steps up with a double. Even still, though, XOG have done well from what was a dangerous position, and timing could be a problem. If Leaf at any point step backwards out of this pit, it does seem like he's aware that maybe somebody could have gone through, but not behind him. There's no way he expects somebody to be this far around.
And he's been spotted now. That was a bit shaky. Leaf dealt with. It's a big problem removed from this equation now. G2.
But look at the ults as well.
They've got nothing to fight back in. Well, as you said, XLG have everything to play with. A pit should be going down. Look at the position of Leo. You may bet your ass he's playing the Hunter's Fury in the post plant. And from there, well, you still have to deal with No Man, who has been sublime in those first fights. Although right now there is a gap of that walk around, and Valen is filling it in.
Clearing everything up. There is a world where he can time his entry into the pit, or there's a world where he just wall hacks his way into it. I don't know how he's managed to find that, and now they've got rid of another. It's down to just the Hunter's Fury. Needs to try and find one of these players, and now they're back to healthy again. He hasn't managed to catch anything. Shock, that needs to go through, and it just won't be happening. I don't know how they've managed to take this round away from XLG. They had all the ults, they had players in good positions, but a little bit of BS from Valen, and they turn it on its head.
A lot of bit of BS. He hadn't spammed it all at that point, swung the corner. I don't know if he was trying to pre-fire someone, if he was trying to spam the pit. I don't know what was going through his head, but I know it was going through his opponent's head. A bullet. That was crazy. What a performance by G2 to get back into this. look, the silver lining for XLG is they lead at the half. That's great, but the last few rounds have felt like the winds of change are blowing very much against them.
Also, again, you look back to the last couple of performances, and G2 are infinitely better over on the attack side because they actually managed to get rounds. And now, it did seem like the second they broke that mini curse that they probably didn't even know existed, they're just right back in the game. It was 6-0 down. From then onwards, they win 5 of the next 6 rounds. And that's a big turnaround for a squad that it was looking like history was repeating itself. It was looking like they were about to get boomed out of the map. Now, they win a pistol, and they could be level going into their attack side, which, when you look back to some of that regional play, that is where they won both of the maps pretty much. 7-1 attack, 6-1 attack versus Crew and Leviathan. So it's going to be interesting to see if this is now the turning point and leading towards the 2-0. Of course, XOG do go in with a lead at the half, so it feels weird to be saying that, but it's just how far ahead they were and how much G2 were able to climb and claw their way back into the game.
It's also just anticipating that next half to be a little bit of a step up for G2. If there was a big gap, like it seemed like there would be, then XLG stand a much better chance. They can at least brave a couple of big blows and keep on moving. But now their opponents are going to be within reaching distance right off the bat. And it is going to be much harder to keep their ground. They need to win this and the next map, Fracture. One that will lend itself more to the chaos that I think G2 have been thriving in. But again, to look at the positives for XLG, the first quarter or so, it looked very clean. They went from being a team that only put up rounds when individuals performed to a well-oiled machine. No Man looked fantastic on the entries. Raga's ultimates got stopped a lot by G2, be it by counter pushes or by utility. So he didn't find as much impact as I think he would have against most teams. G2 did well to deal with that. And a 2-round gap is their reward. This pistol, it is going to tell us a lot of the story of this half. If XLG take it, a little bit more comfort can be found. But if G2 are the ones to find it, the beginning of the end is the story in my mind.
Yeah, this is the thing. The defensive side composition for XOG involves them needing to be a little bit more aggressive. That's why you're seeing this stack up of players just waiting and watching, because some of those closer angles in towards middle is where those Phoenix flashes can hold quite a bit of value. What I will say, though, is I look at Raga, his early start to the last half was one of the reasons they were so comfortable in that 6-0. He did slow down, but now back with his weapon of choice in hand, I'm not too worried about him.
Well, pressure coming in towards the A site. XLG's response is to go into main, but they're waiting for this on G2. They seem to have a good idea. Leaf is waiting outside main, walks in to find 2 players staring at him, and Lysor still on the site is a big surprise. G2 falling like flies in this pistol, and a much-needed win for XLG on the horizon.
That plant. Maybe all they can hope for. Trent. Valen. I like this. Is he going to try and fake the smoke? No, he's placed the orb as if it was almost bait. First goes his way, but the trade again is immediate. It has to be Trent, but again, you put him in a clutch, and this is where this man does his best work. Alone versus the world, and his reposition is utterly perfect. Trent plays them like a fiddle and puts them within 1 round.
That is a sensational round from Trent from G2 in general. It's been a good resurgence, but this one comes down to 1 man and 1 man alone. That reposition. I'll tell you, I heard what Baby Bay said. I can't repeat any of it, but he's dead right. A disgusting player is Trent. 14-7 now. And that, of all the times to take it, XLG thought, oh, well, we've got the pistol. At least we're going to extend the lead. A bit more wiggle room. Oh, no, they're put to bed early on. Nanes, utility coming their way. Good flash. Players caught in the corner, and trades coming in. Very much in favor of G2. No Man and Happy Way, the last 2 alive. And look, when you lose the pistol, you don't expect to have all too much of a heartbeat, all too much presence in a round like this.
What do you mean? That's Raga's best round.
Granted, yeah, actually last time around.
It was in the same game. Like,
that's when the stars align. And let me tell you, the things
I
move
think he
quick
got
in
more
space.
kills with the Bandit than without in the last map at least. But yeah, they shut him down early. If anything, the danger should be over. I'm saying should because even still, I'm looking at No Man with the Bandit. He's been pretty good with it as well. See, you can't hold your breath even for a second. Time should be too far gone for any chance of winning the round, but again, can they take any of the more valuable weaponry away from the remaining members of G2? It's looking pretty unlikely. To the spike they shall go, but again, from 6-0 down and looking like a third map was almost getting ready to be started, we now sit 7-7. A fantastic resurgence from G2, and that early momentum is now gone. I'm now looking at the other side of things and see, okay, XOG, after letting that lead slip, can you now have the resilience to step up once again?
Well, you certainly have to hope so. What was a sharp blade at the start of this, Rarga leading as the tip of the spear for this squad. No Man finding so much success on that attack side. Well, that blade has been blunted, and all the blood that it drew seems to be replenished on the side of G2. Now neck and neck with their opponent, who started this out with utter domination. But a bye for XLG. The defense on the B side. A lot of presence coming their way. That stun is good. No Man not caught by it. Actually, he's good to go up top. They've spotted him with the Hunter's Fury, but didn't realize it. Finally, Trent will finish him off, taking both bites out. With No Man and Happy way down, the plant should be easy. A Shock Dart will do some damage, but nothing to be too concerned about.
Our weapon retrieved as well. There are a lot of SMGs in this round initially for G2. They got the rifle watching the flank. Fight versus Lysor could be important, but instead Leaf has just decided, I don't want anything to do with it. I want to delay him. I want to try and slow them down. And there's a second player looking to try and hunt for him. The flash through kind of gives up the game, though. If anything, Rarga lets him know he's here. That sneaky play, he doesn't have the time for it anymore, and I think the remaining players go, okay, well, we haven't dealt with the flank, we haven't found anybody on the site, G2 are giving us nothing, we have to just run for the hills. We need to bring some weaponry into the next round. And I can't believe I'm saying this. G2, they are taking the lead. 8-7. They have won so many rounds after what was a massive deficit, and now sit in the lead.
It is crazy, the resilience of this squad. 6-0 down to 8-7 in the lead. Barely giving an inch at a certain point. They allowed XLG to swim away, but my God, that line was cast back in very quickly, reeled all the way back to even, and now they've hoisted them in the sky. Not quite their trophy just yet, but it's getting damn close. And for G2, remember, you got that motivation to... So cool. That motivation to dig into the last time around. There is a debt to be paid here. They lost the series in a reverse sweep over in London, and now they've come here for revenge. And it seems like they're not losing sight of their goal. The timeout for XLG, much needed.
Well, that was the sort of the story. They got to pick their poison in London. They got first choice of the teams to play, and it seemed like they picked wrong. But at least right now, G2 are showing that, okay, maybe we underestimated them last time, maybe we made mistakes, and now after struggling in the first 6 rounds, we are starting to see why this team has always been considered a world beater, why they've always been considered a team that can and maybe even should have taken an international title. XLG, though, they've taken a pause. 6 rounds in a row in the other direction after they did the same. Can they now look to turn back around? Of course, this purchase is a little bit of a weaker one, but a chance maybe for Rarga. If Baby Bay gives him an early fight, he's going to need to win it, and he does not.
The wall up, he could be getting out. Now they know he is. Escaped the crime scene, but Trent's been left behind. He couldn't get in the getaway car. Now they're all stuck up close. A flash in and a swing on the back of it. It's a bloodbath. Baby Bay, Valen, Jogamo, everybody down. And a stab in the back from Leo confirms it. A thrifty for XLG.
Yeah, I'm not sure what was said in that pause, especially with how weak the purchase was. And the first gun was lost immediately in that early fight. But just grouping up and battling and brawling together, and then even having the late backstab at the end. It's a massive round for the side of XLG. And interestingly, this says they've taken another pause.
That will be their last opportunity.
That would be crazy if they took 2 pauses in 2 rounds in a row.
I believe that has happened.
Yeah, we just got from the producer. That is, that's very, very interesting.
Called a pause, won the round, called a pause.
Yeah. I guess whatever, maybe it's what was said in the first pause now doesn't apply. It's just
no, cancel
right, guys,
that.
well, okay, this is going wrong, blah, blah, blah. We're going to now, going into the buy round, we're going to do this. And then he's like, oh, they've actually won and got a load of bonus cash. Never mind. We're going back. We've gone from plan A to plan B. Now we're going back to plan A again.
I feel like that's
or plan C.
I feel like that's something
D.
we're going to have
Plan
to
D
see
gone.
them answer later on. Like, many things have happened in this map that confused me. Many things have happened in this map that I think warrant investigation. But if that's not in the interview, I don't know what will be. XLG, back-to-back timeouts. Someone's got to ask them about it. Well, as we come into this, looking for round number 9, are both squads with a full buy. Baby Bay, caught by the paranoias, forced to slow. The Molly certainly does the same, but Raga goes swinging ahead of the pack, ahead of his team. They're isolated in every fight they're taking. It looked like XLG knew what they were doing to start. They slowed them down, and then they made every mistake in the book.
Might be time to undo the undo of the pause. Unfortunately, you can't take 3 pauses in a row, unless it's round 23, 24, and 25, in which case you could. But anyway, coming back into this one is going to be very difficult. Clearing Leaf would be nice. Fortunately, they didn't. He's managed to survive in between the two. Finally, No Man's got rid of him, but there's still so much more that needs to be done. The remaining 4 players not really giving them anything. In fact, Baby Bay is just tanking the Snakebite up until the point where he has to move. But even that has just bought time. They know where Jorgamo is, but knowing and doing anything about it is so difficult. And even though No Man manages 3 kills in the round, and even though they managed a big win in the last, it is straight back to the lead for G2.
Yeah, G2 not letting go. And I mean, I do think, though, for XLG, after 2 pauses, that's not how I expect to see playing. Baby Bay popping the ult and still players staying close by. And although I do feel like after the first step from Raga, you kind of have to go in. You're going with him to trade. Then he dies and you're in no man's land already.
Yeah,
no, but if he was there, it would be better because he'd be trading you. But I mean, you're no.
He got 3 kills.
In
It was
space.
almost No Man's Land.
None of your teammates are, not the player No Man.
It was No Man's Stand.
It was. He was there later. At that
Okay.
point, it was No Man's Land without No Man. He wasn't home. Now he is sitting on the site waiting. Blade Storm, and it's not hit, but Happy Way has.
It's a round where everything's on the brink. Happy Way up close and now in a crossfire, and maybe the crossfire is completely unnecessary. They just needed one man to step up to the party. The spam is good. In fact, the shock dart's even better. They've at least got rid of the man that dealt 3 of their brothers death-dealing blows, but is there any form of recovery from streaks of rounds to streaks of rounds the other way, and maybe ending in a back and forth as XLG have them boxed in? It would be an individual fight for Raga. As I said, he started this game off incredibly strong, but has teetered off. But is there any world in which Leaf will clear this angle?
Well, if he does and Raga falls, we're in big trouble here. There it is. He's being spotted, spamming away, and Leaf's just going to run for the hills. But it's a late play by Trent up through mid that presents some real danger. Raga coming in now to see him, and oh, it was almost a double. That could have been big trouble. Leaf has not been heard. Raga still thinks that he's towards the elbow. It's going to take a while for him to think about another position. Never mind. He put that together just in time. 9-9. XLG hot on the heels of G2. Now they've caught up.
Yeah, no, a real back and forth into this second half, and it feels like both teams have got their streaks out the way, and 2 teams in slightly different scenarios, of course. G2 taking that first map in fairly dominant fashion. They are just 4 rounds away from surviving, moving into that decider match. And that also means that XLG are just 4 rounds away from elimination. On the other side, if they can win this map out, then map 3 is on the cards. Now, both teams still have a purchase for this one. Run It Back, Viper's Pit, online, and one of them already being utilized. However, Baby Bay is just trying to hightail it in towards the site. He's been executed immediately, but if they get this kill, they should have the freebie as well. Raga, a bit of an error, which will level things up again.
It's a lifeline for G2 in this round. They're going pushing. They want to fight Leo in the spawn as Trent finds one. The numbers stay even for a moment. Now Leo under pressure. He's down to 5 HP. The drone going out. What are you doing, Leo? He's being punished. At least the trade back for Happyway, but I mean, that was like just giving up.
Yeah, I'll give Happyway the information because I know my life is void. That's what it felt like, but I think Happyway already had the information. He was shooting at you.
I like this.
1v2.
He saw the reveal go out to backside, so he knows they shouldn't think he's here, but he doesn't know Leaf's covering that angle.
Now they can fall back and look to play it together. Even having his own wall to shroud every angle. And just look how much time has already gone on the clock. Like, how are you going to get back in? Even the battle on the cross isn't as clean as it needed to be, and he's still looking for Trent, maybe expecting a jump up. Instead, he's being wrapped on, outplayed in the end. A back and forth continuing left and right, but G2 once again will claim that lead. And unfortunately, this round kind of comes down to errors. Raga, I don't know what the attempt was with the ult, with how close they already knew they were. And then Leo's drone attempt, either that was a fat finger or he just had no inkling.
You can't fat finger a drone. He took it out, he primed it, and he fired it.
You know, maybe...
The only thing I can think is that he hoped that Happyway would get the kill, yeah, before, like, what else? He's 5 HP in the corner. It's not like he has many options. Just looked very strange to see him do that. But yeah, good wrap as well coming through. Even B-Rabbit would be jealous seeing someone get wrapped on like that. 11 rounds, certainly a possibility, if not a likelihood at this point. XLG have made it work with these kind of buys before. Even when No Man had the Blade Storm last time. He missed all the Blade Storms, and Happyway came through with a little side swipe, but there's not even that extra rifle to work with this time around. The Guardian for No Man, everyone else on pistols, a Bandit and a Sheriff, 2 Bandits and a Sheriff, pardon me, alongside the Classic. And G2's patience is the main reason this is going to be a difficult round for XLG to find value in. Normally, you want to find someone exploring on their own. That's not going to be the case. They wait, and now they push as a group.
It's the right call. And it puts the pressure onto No Man. He's at least in the right place at the right time, but there's the drone. Utility also taken away.
Dash gone.
It makes it impossible for him to even deny this plant, although the spike is a little bit further behind everything else. It won't matter too much. They just wanted to make sure there wasn't a trap left within the site. Now the question will be is, when is the point where the Hunter's Fury becomes worth the risk? I think it would have to be a kill or two.
Definitely. And No Man... definitely not.
No, it's the other side.
Sorry, it was Trent. Okay, thank God. He's put that through. Up against the pistols, I mean, they very much want to secure this round, and I think it goes back to what we talked about, the fact that there has been a lot of impact when it comes to these lower buy rounds from XLG. They usually have an extra player or two with a rifle, something to work with, an ultimate there. This time it wasn't so much just the single Guardian, but I definitely cannot fault G2 for saying, let's make sure we lock this one down when they're this close to the finish line.
Yeah, and especially with the back and forth nature of this game, having a clean round where you keep all of your weaponry up holds more value than a singular ult. Like, it really does put them in a great position now to close out a map that, again, if you've just joined us, they were 6-0 down and have now recovered to be in a point where they are 11-9 in the lead. It seemed like a third map was almost guaranteed, but now we have to look towards XLG. Now, they were saving up cash. They got that operator on No Man. It's not something we've seen thus far, but it seems like G2 might be tempted to just double down on that A play. It worked wonderfully in the last.
Well, yeah, Leaf is on the other side of the map. Holding information more so than anything. Hearing nobody walking up. While the rest of the squad prepares. Flash out. Baby Bay towards the site. And the clearance of the back. Along. Oh, that tag though. The ult put through, and Baby Bay's on him in an instant. Lysor down to 11 HP as well. And I don't think G2 are finished pushing just yet. Look at the position of Leaf. Look at Jalgamo up on yellow, and Trent finding Lysor's made this almost an impossibility. We're in a 3 versus 5. There's still a snake in the grass in mid. You have to save at this point, and even then, Leaf's job here is to make sure that you don't get away with this. Timing will be key. There's an off on the other side, and he's caught him, not scoped in. That's a kill, but the rifle not gone just yet. That big gun will at least be picked up. The G2 are running after it.
Why not? Flawless round in the last. Baby Bay has been causing them so many issues, be it with his space taking or just the openers, but he will eventually be shut down. Those two guns look like they are going to be able to be kept into the next round. It's the smallest of silver linings when they are now 3 rounds behind and looking like what could have potentially been a repeat of history is going to be a potential beginning of the story for G2. Of course, this is the elimination match. They will still have to play a decider if they're able to close this one out. But I think getting through one of the teams that helped eliminate them over in London will be a pretty good start.
3 chances to close this out. Viper's Pit in play for G2 right off rip, and again the A site seems to be the target. XLG are immediately clearing all of that space that Leaf was being an annoyance from. So what's Leaf doing? Being an annoyance from a different position. Now he's going to wait on mid as they once again easily walk into the A site. No Hunter's Fury to try to keep them back. In fact, no Leo anymore. Great pickup from Baby Bay. And now, where do you go from here? You go through mid, of course, and then you walk into Leaf. He's here, popping his Viper's Pit. An unusual strategy to say the least, and he caught Lysor. This is ridiculous. Leaf has been a thorn in the side, and now ships in the night as he slips past No Man.
I have no idea.
It may work against him, but in a 5v2, it may not matter.
Happy Way has managed to find a small gap, but it is a small one. And that's the thing, No Man's been chasing shadows this entire time, and that shadow bites back in the end. It is revenge for G2. It looked like after the first 6 rounds of this map that we might be seeing history repeat itself, but they will be changing the history books, beating the team that defeated them in London, and now look to go marching on into that decider game with a 2-0 victory.
Yeah, it's a sad ending for XLG, a team that we've certainly seen some heights from, but G2, they came here looking to settle the score, to level the ledger, and they have done just that in a big way.
An opportunity for them to now make it out of their group. It was a rougher start, and after, as said, an 0-2 in London, it was definitely looking like a potential worry when that 6-0 start came in on this map, but that's the G2 resilience, the clutch that came out from Trent as well. It seemed to get the ball rolling into the second half, and it really did feel like once that ball got rolling, they never really stopped, Mitch. And now, I don't know who's going to be playing them in that decider matchup, but I might be a little bit worried.
And what's a lot of fun to watch about this squad, you think back to the very first round on Lotus, the second the presence was shown towards B, G2 were so quick to react. They have protocols for whatever you're going for, whether they want to turtle or whether they want to take the aggression to you. And it is a lot of fun to watch. You know who else is a lot of fun to watch? My good old pal, Degon.
Thank you very much, Mitch and Tom. Great cast on the day as it is the America's champion, G2, battling those demons back and defeating XLG, eliminating them from EWC contention. Mitch and Tom brought up who are they facing on the opposite side, currently on B stream. It was Nongshim Red Force battling back a reverse, what felt like a reverse sweep, 12-2 all the way to overtime and taking map number 1. So they are in map number 2 right now, 1-0 Nongshim Red Force over Gentlemates. We'll have an interview standing by in just a little bit with Baby Bay, our boy from the desk, getting the job done and winning a series here. As we welcome our desk back, it is Kakuka and Big Time, and G2 just looked very unstoppable in the rounds that they were in control of.
Yeah, I mean, they got it done. I was worried for them at the start.
When they started going A.
Bro, you see time and time again, XLG slamming A, and it just looks to be a repeat of what happened to G2 last time. But then you see, they try some different things. They try and then B, G2 get themselves back in the game, and that second half much more composed from them. You can see why they're picking this comp. Does it need some more work and refinement? Maybe a little bit, but ultimately, they did the hard part. They got the job done. They keep their hopes for EWC 2026 alive.
To me, I am on the boat on the second part, yes, they managed to get the win here. I think that Valiant did an amazing job, but I do think that Jogamo still suffers a lot from this composition, and that is not something that you want to have if you're G2.
We will dive into that and more after the interview. Standing by with Janiro is the successful and winning G2 Baby Bay.
Thanks, guys. Baby Bay, that was an interesting one, specifically talking about that Breeze. Congratulations, though, on closing this one out. But I want to talk about that first half specifically. What went wrong?
We kind of just got snowballed a little bit. I mean, I feel like the first gun round, we were up in that, and then they just, clutched it out. I died, trying to get back, kind of like a noob. But, I mean, it is what it is. And then you get, the Phoenix ult going online. I think we went down, 0-5. But, I feel like the rounds were kind of close. We kept, getting the first kill. We kept getting, the first kill in the round. And then, we would just mess up, the rest of the round. So then we were like, okay, let's clean this shit up, Excuse me. Sorry, let's clean this stuff up.
Yeah, cleaned it up. Able to close that one out eventually. I want to also talk about the changes that we're seeing in the role. So you're now playing, some of the duelists. We're seeing Jagmo on that KO. What's going on there?
Yeah, I mean, I played Neon before. It's been a while. Got my first win on it, so I'm feeling more confident game by game. But I think we just wanted to run a KO on Breeze, so we were like, okay, we put me on KO, which is fine. It could have worked, but why not try Alex? Because he's really good on Phoenix, So we're like, maybe we can do something similar there, where it's kind of the same. It's not 1-for-1, of course, but we're trying to do that whole style. So I think he's actually really good on it. He'll have his moment in one of these games if we continue playing Breeze in the tournament. But yeah, his utility today was great. I got so many free kills with people just blind. It was really nice. So yeah.
Is there a specific reason why you guys felt the need to make these changes? Is it because of what happened in Masters London, or is it just a kind of need of a change?
Yeah, I mean, we played Santiago with the double duelist dynamic with me and Jogamo on the double duelist. We went into London with a whole new archetype. We revamped everything. We had Leaf on the secondary duelist, Jogamo on the main duelist, and me mainly on Vise and Chamber and stuff like that. And we just thought that, it just felt better. It felt like we had more tools, and it just fit our team better with me and Alex being the duo pair, being able to both aggressively play. And then obviously Leaf going back to that lurker role where he's just, I mean, he's been insane this tournament so far, and even London. So I think it's just more a good thing for our team, and yeah.
All right, well, thank you so much for the insight. I appreciate it. That's it from us over here. We're going to be heading back over to the desk, so Digom, take it away.
Thank you very much, Ginny, and love them, hate them. G2 are inevitable. They get themselves a victory and continue on here at EWC. Great job, Dre, showing that the Unks still got it.
Yeah, very much so. People forget that this guy used to be a Neon man. Do you remember the Smeeg when he was on FaZe back in the day? Hey,
We're actually going there?
Noahs will know. The Noahs will know that out in the chat. He's been there, done that before.
It's 6 a.m. somewhere in the world.
That's what they say. So, I mean, look, I'm happy to see him back on an aggressive role like that.
That's a deep cut here as we take a look at the winning moments throughout that last map on Breeze. A clean 2-0 here. Nothing to see here as it was XLG. We have to say goodbye to them having good moments, and this was a tight one, especially in the second half, going back and forth.
Yeah, very, very much so. You can't help but feel for XLG here. They have been so good, and that this was a winnable match for them. We've seen them win it before, in fact, even over in London, but they couldn't find the form that they did over there. They can't find that here in Paris, and we will have to say goodbye.
It started going wrong once they started to go B and explore other parts of the map. I also think that there is some learnings that G2 took. I think that the interview that Dre gave was very accurate in the fact that, okay, we want these tools. He also gave praise to Jogemo for throwing very good flashes for him. Like, so many of those kills were easy, and those duels were easy for him to take and actually give them some sort of advantage. But also, most importantly, because you have Leaf in this kind of roles where he's just lurking, where he can just take the site and make it his own. Well, take the entire map and make it his own. And he's so incredibly smart that if you have this kind of player, you want to give him some kind of freedom.
Yeah, again, the win moment here by G2, deserved so. Maybe a little muted in our STC replay here, but when the coaches came out, the big daps, the hugs, they knew what that meant for them to finally stop the skid, not only internationally, but just currently, to have gone through that embarrassment that was Masters London, to get that swagger punched yet again after thinking that you had figured out your international problems, and then finally get the win against the team that started that downfall most recently. Feels good.
Yeah, I mean, look, for me, whenever G2 can take a win off a team that isn't from America, then you really have to give them a round of applause. They're so good domestically, but they've never fully got the job done. When they go international, is EWC the time where it's different?
All right, well, we have our Crunchyroll story of the day, where we highlight the biggest story from today's action. And Kukuka, you got one for us.
My story of the day is the bounce back in the short time turnaround times. We are very lucky, and we keep highlighting the teams that we have. But for example, think about the Team Heretics in Ascent that you saw today. Completely different from the one that we saw previously. The opponents thought that that was a weakness, and we just saw the same thing with G2. In a tournament where everything happens so incredibly fast and you only have one day to VOD review and change things around and actually spot those differences that are not getting you the win, it is so good to see that the teams that stay on top are the ones that are able to do so. Because in the next round, you cannot count G2's Breeze as an entire weakness. The same thing that you cannot do for Team Heretics. Now you don't want to play Sunset against them. You don't want to play Ascent against them. I don't think we want to play against them at all.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's an amazing point. It's so hard to turn maps around in such a small space of time. You know, I think if I have to give my story of the day, it's very much related. It's Koshmaras. He had a much better performance on that Phoenix. I called him out a little bit by name and I said, hey man, he's the guy I want to see step up, and I felt like he did. He put in a big performance today, as did the rest of Heretics, getting themselves out of that group into the playoffs now to defend their title once again.
For me, I think it's the fact that G2 on Breeze, they stuck with that same composition. Valen gonna be, or Jog gonna be on the KO, and sticking with that Neon was Baby Bay. They've shown it now twice, so teams know what to expect, that this is what they're gonna do moving forward, which is pretty awesome.
I think that what he's saying is that he just likes watching Baby Bay. That's what I heard. That's what I heard. That's what I understood, right? Okay, so I don't.
No bias. No bias.
I don't think Goy, but that's what I understood.
There's no bias here. He played well. Let's take a look at tomorrow's matches, as we do have those elimination matches. It's the teams that will make it into the playoffs as the 2 seed. It is BBL Esports up against EDG, and after that, the reigning world champs NRG up against the Blue Wall, the final hurdle for Carmine Corp to get to play in front of the fans here at Paris at EWC 2026.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Crunchyroll, it's crunch time for these teams now. Win and you're in, lose and you go home. It can't be any simpler than that. BBL going up against Edward Gaming once again in the rematch. That was the opening game of the tournament for us over here on the A stream. So that's one I'm very much excited to see.
Yeah, and it's been a short time, but we've seen many different faces from the teams. We've seen also old faces with Gentlemates choking a 12-2 lead.
Yeah.
Let's not talk about that until we see what happens with that match, because I'm not ready. It's too soon.
Well, no worries. The action is not on and not over yet. You can head on over to the B stream and check out that Nongshim Red Force versus Gentlemates qualification match for Group C. But here in Stream A, we're done. We'll see you tomorrow for more Valorant action. On behalf of everyone here at EWC, thank you so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play. Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.